Welcome to Tabletop to Keyboard. I am Dustin, your game master. This is Wyhander. This is Vigilantes of Vallandria. It is Chapter 9. It is A House Divided. And with any luck, we'll bring this whole campaign to a close tonight. And so for the last time as players, I'm going to go ahead and have my players reintroduce themselves and their characters. We'll go ahead and start with Daniel. Daniel, tell them about yourself and the Raven.
All right. Hello, everybody. I am playing the Raven, who is also known as Reese Davey, a rather rotund dwarven preacher of the learner who really just wants the entire city to not die today. And you can catch me around Twitter and stuff, playing tabletop and streaming Mass Effect on my channel, Abducted Gaming. That's about it.
All right. Moving across the overlay, we got Jake playing the Pumpkin King. Jake, tell us about yourself and your character.
Well, my name's Jake. I'm usually with a group called Defenders of Kobold. We make appearances on Twitch here and there, and sometimes on Goodman Games. I'll be playing a disaffected member of the aristocracy who decided to take it to the man out of spite, called the Pumpkin King. And he loves playing with magical spells and chaotic substances that he really shouldn't be playing with.
All right. And thank you, Jay Bruce, for that sub 25 straight months. You're an all-star around here, Jay Bruce. We love you. Thank you for the continued support. And we'll move across. Christopher, player there of the Deadly Dandy. Deadly Dandy died 2 games ago. So Christopher is still not with us this week as his character is still pushing up daisies. But he will be back in 2 weeks for the reunion. So he is not completely lost. He's just not here tonight. We'll move over to Debbie playing Kadam. Tell us about yourself and Kadam, Debbie.
Well, Kadam is actually my vigilante alter ego name. Sigrid Verikai is my name, known as a burgher, a reaver, a knave. I'm a Viking, born on foot in danger. Winterborn, and I say this because I must remember that my dooming is beware the toothless hound. But you also hear, I'll tell you, a little bit of a dunderhead, socially awkward, stammer quite a bit. And I am a small but quaint 557 pounds, 8.5 feet. And my alter ego Kadam is anonymous, everyone and no one, often just a passerby you may not see. And something very challenging happened last time as we were wrapping up. I am now a centauroid. I'm a bird with a peacock. I got a little bit of bird qualities with peacock tail. We might have to have our DM tell us more about this. But I got some plumy legs. Hey, but guess what? I can move a bit faster now, so I can quickly jump and quickly move.
That's right. And rounding out our cast of characters, player, it's Friendon playing the Wayward Eye. Friendon?
Hi, I'm the Wayward Eye. He's an elf, and he's a whirling dervish, which basically is like just a combat class that gets to move up in initiative and do fun things. And tonight, I hope to not die as well. But even though I only have one good eye, I'm noticing that everybody else in the party is vaguely bird-themed. We've got a raven, we've got a peacock, we have a pumpkin king that turns into a bird. I'm feeling like the odd man out. I'm thinking I'm the red shirt here, so we'll see. We'll see if I die or not. But thanks for having me. I stream tabletop on a bunch of different channels. I also draw for tabletop for a living. If you want to see my art stuff, check out my stream. Thanks for having me.
All right. And again, I'm Dustin. I'm your game master. So last time on Chapter 8, the Vigilantes had infiltrated the palace of Emperor Hans the Last. They had confronted the Maester, Bravo von Helfrich, in his observatory, where they had gone to find out what exactly was going on, and they needed to retrieve a pendant from a gnome named Nigel. And the last they had seen Nigel, he was busy assisting the Maester. And when they got there, things were not normal. They found the Maester inside a circle of power. The triangle of containment was arcing electricity throughout the room. There was a large rift pouring out multiple copies of the Manifesto of Destiny, which the Maester has long sought to keep and hold on to. And the Pumpkin King, using so esoteric materials that they gathered up prior to this assault. Used a candle in an arcane spell to basically incinerate the Maester alive inside of his circle of power, which unleashed a Numina demon that had been webbing up the Light Eater to eat it for dinner, and it emerged into the chamber. Things got weird. The floor was electrified. Vigilantes were fighting. Maester Bravo von Helfriches started falling out of the rift and just killing each other over the pile of books. I think that many of the players may not have been too sure exactly what to do at that point. Things were looking kind of grim for a little bit. And then the Wayward Eye decided, forget this, I remember the mission, kills Nigel the gnome, takes his pendant, and then goes full Bushido samurai on this Numina demon after taking Nigel's sword, and hacks this thing really, really well, and ends this thing. And then everything, the Light Eater was then freed. It takes off into the sky. Of course, anything that comes into contact with the pink flame of the Light Eater is thus forever changed and mutated as a Light Eater, is the highest ranking level of demon under the servitude of the Prince of Change. And so all of the Vigilantes ended up with some Taints of Chaos. And maybe just real quickly, why don't we just review exactly what those Taints of Chaos were? So, Daniel, what did you end up with for your Taint of Chaos?
As I recall, as we kind of closed out that encounter, his eyes migrated to the palms of his hands, and his legs snapped backwards into like digitigrade canine limbs.
That's right. So he's got bendy backwards knees, and eyes are on the palms of his hands now.
He's going very Pan's Labyrinth now.
Yes. Pumpkin King, what did the Prince of Change bestow upon you?
He bestowed upon me a mortifying gaze that allows me to unsettle my opponents very so much so that it becomes slightly more difficult to so much as deal with me in any potential fashion.
That's right. And Kadam?
Bird with a centroid, but actually the type of animal is a bird with peacock tail. And have your stress and warp into it. Plumy legs, +3 movement. So I feel like I should go and get some of my feathers and place them in my hair, so it's a reminder of what I am.
So the top half of Kadam is still ogre, and the bottom half is kind of like two-legged ostrich with like big peacock plumy feathers out the back of it. So you're kind of you're still centoid. You're not four-legged like a centaured horse. You're still two-legged. But those long bird legs are good for movement, so you still gain the bonus to move.
I do meditation to get centoid, you know? Just really calm and centoid.
Friendon, what did the Wayward Eye have happen to him at the end of last game?
So I actually was the one player who didn't get chaos ranks last game because I don't remember why, but there was a narrative reason I didn't. I think it was because I mostly stayed out of it.
I think it was because you didn't roll any sixes on the chaos die.
That's what it was. Okay, I couldn't remember what it was. I remembered there was a reason. So actually, Wayward Eye is just kind of looking at his friends like, you're all birds, you're all mutated. Right. I did the mission. I had no bones about killing Nigel, and I don't know what's going to happen next.
So we're going to pick up right where we left off. You guys are in the Maester's Observatory. Things are rocking and shaking. You can hear people running through the halls. There's obvious sounds of terror in the streets. Most people are already hunkered down, but you can hear this incredibly loud screech as this Light Eater roars overhead. You can see dripping in front of you remnants of the ceiling and the stonework from where it it flew right up through it, and you can see the purplish pink flames burning up above your heads as pieces of ceiling rain down like mud, and just kind of plopping onto the ground around you. Well, thank you for those subs there, Crazy Egg. Now, you guys had collected this pendant, which is currently in the possession of the Wayward Eye. This thing has been set free. What would you like to do next?
I would like to panic.
Panic's
That's a good plan.
Panic's
Yeah.
a good start.
As everyone's standing there, Raven starts reaching out because he can't really see very well at all, and is flailing around the room, going, "Oh, what's happening?"
Raven,
Because he has gloves on and he cannot see now.
as you're flailing about down there, you reach over and you find something solid. And you realize after a second of feeling on it, it's the Maester's crystal ball.
He starts feeling along it and kind of jerks away a bit as it hurts because he literally just groped it with his eyeballs.
You
You know,
go ahead.
we're trying to be, more genteel, and groping people with your eyeballs isn't very good these days. So I just want to put that out there for the Raven, that maybe be careful with that gaze and touch. But being somebody who's used to some sight impairment, I think I see my friend kind of stumbling around in the dark and in his dark, and know what's going on, and I'm gonna walk over to you and try to help whatever you're up to.
Okay, so I would assume that through the course of this transformation, you are at least somewhat cognitively aware that your eyeballs are now on the palms of your hands. You can feel them blinking. You can feel the eyelashes. You can feel where your eyes used to be are now just like palms of your hands' skin over where your eyes used to be.
Which wearing the Raven's usual attire with his goggles and everything, that doesn't really show up for anybody else.
Yeah,
He's just
everyone else may
flailing
not realize
like
it
a blind
at this
person.
point. Yeah, you're just kind of stumbling around as though you're blind, but you can
really
definitely
weird
tell
legs.
that's what's going on.
He will, upon finally kind of starting to grasp that, he will kind of yank off his gloves and start using his hands to look around and look at what he's holding on to, and looking at Wayward Eye, who's helping him.
Wayward Eye starts to assist you to help out, and when you take your glove off and you put your hand on the crystal ball, you immediately gaze into it. You didn't mean to, but your eyeball is on your hand, and your hand is on the crystal ball. So this goes without saying at this point that you're going to see whatever is in there. As you do this,
Sounds right.
and you gaze in, you can see the blue whirling mist of Bina. And that's what the Maester always referred to it as. The blue magic stream known as Bina. Those of you who are Arcanists, the Pumpkin King knows that each branch of magic is associated with a color. And a soothsayer, which is what the Maester was before becoming an opener of the way, they associate heavily with the blue temperament, with the magic known as Bina. And that allows them to gaze into the future, into far distances. Bina is effectively the time stream. And so you're able to put your hand on there, and you see the whirling, storm-like blue waters of Bina, and then they go clear. Everything just like mist, just parting out of the way. And you see something. You're back at that encampment where you talked to the Mithril Primarch. You see there's a ritual taking place. It's the ritual that you left before you came to the palace. You see a large, rotund, grotesque figure seems to be officiating over it. Take an incantation roll at standard. Very good. As you focus, everything comes a little more into view. You're able to hone down in a little closer onto what you're seeing. And what you see is this thing. You read the Manifesto of Destiny. And you are pretty familiar with what that is. I'm going to quickly flip over on the overlay so that they can see Roll20. This big guy right here is what we're looking at. Go back to live. You see, that seems to be officiating over what's going on. And what you can see is as he's going through this ritual, you see that the Mithril Primarch and the woman he referred to as his queen, their flesh is slowly melding into one. She had a mermaid-like tail, and you see the flesh rips off of it, and the fish-like bone structure begins to wrap around his torso, and the two of them slowly begin to meld into one actual being.
Now, this thing, as I recall, had something to do with the Light Eater previously in the book.
What you remember from the book, being the learner and one who studies books frequently, you remember that this creature was, based on what the description that you were given, was most likely the inhabitant of the old temple at Treefell that had to be ousted in order for the Light Eater to arrive. It's believed that Nigel and Zelina and that their group had slain it prior to setting the Light Eater free the first time.
And it was the source of like the orc mold or something?
Correct. This is the creature that was responsible for the original war with the orcs.
He will kind of hold and just gaze into it, locked there for a moment, holding it with both his hands, just no choice but to stare into it. And he will quickly set it back down and take a step back. Things are not going as they are supposed to. Besides, he kind of uses his hands to look down at his legs. Whatever corruption this is, and he pauses and stares over at Kidam. I just gaze into the ball, and I can see the Mithril Primarch is completing some sort of ritual with that foul creature, that demon that inhabited the temple, according to the book.
Is he doing that at this moment, or?
It's hard to say. You're not sure if you're seeing the future. You're not sure if you're seeing the past. You're looking into Bina, which could literally be looking into anything at any time.
Well, whether or not it's now or gonna be now or already happened, sounds like something we need to get up to. Sounds like bad news for everybody, regardless of what we came here to do and all that. Like, sounds like a Mithril Primarch needs to depart the mortal plane a second time.
That thing he's transforming into, do you know its name by any chance? Or do you think it might be in one of those? And I'll point to the pile of manifests in the corner with burnt archmages all over.
I don't know what it was turning into per se. They were merging together. The mermaid creature and the Mithril Primarch, and they were being presided over by this horrid creature. I think the book actually had a name for it, but I don't remember what it was.
The Wretched One.
the Wretched One, which, as I recall, they originally defeated from the temple and unleashed the Light Eater, according to the book.
Sounds like a fishy situation. This is a problem that's going to scale real poorly for us and could have a long tail on society. We should probably get over there.
I think I just had a heart attack.
I am not. I admit myself somewhat shaken. I am not sure why the learner has allowed this to happen. Not just all of these, but directly to me at this moment. But I do agree. We have stopped, I believe, well, not stopped the Emperor, but we have stopped him from being able to misuse this material, this substance any longer. And perhaps now it is time for the Mithril Primarch to leave.
Kidam, looking down at her legs, is like, oh, okay. Kind of stretches them out a little bit, and then turns and takes. She now has 2 mortuary swords, one on each side, because one of them is Nigel's, right?
Yep.
It's been. There's something about that that's more, it's what, magical or.
It was anointed by Zelina with holy water, so it was able to strike down the demon.
Got it. All right. So Kidam's like, well, make sure I bring this one along with us. Are we ready to go? I'm ready to go. We ready to go?
Just a second.
My new legs.
I'm digging through what's left of the first Maestro. That was
The puddle of goo?
yeah. I'm trying to see if I can't find a finger in there somewhere.
No. Everything is reduced to goo. You have reduced him. He is a larger version of the candle that you lit. Like, there is no hard surfaces left of him, except patches of his long elven hair are still somewhat enmeshed within this. Otherwise, like, his entire body melted from being in the fire, because it doesn't burn, it melts.
Damn. Well, I'll check the other burned ones then.
Yeah, I was gonna ask a question related to that. While he's checking that, all the various dead maesters, do they also have swords?
They do.
I would like to retrieve one then.
Very good. You can retrieve a court sword off of a dead maester.
Yeah, I thought I ended up with Nigel's, and since I didn't and Kadam did, I'm going to try to get an anointed sword.
You had the maester sword.
You took the maester sword. Sorry, I misspoke.
The maester sword.
You took the
that's
maester
right,
sword.
That's right. Yeah, okay.
I threw it to you like across the room.
That's
Now,
right.
all the other maesters, their bodies turned to witchstone and shattered. But some of the artifacts on them would have remained behind. Because anything taken out of its time stream gets destroyed. If it's any person taken out of their time stream when they die or destroyed turns into witchstone, but the items do not necessarily. That's why the Manifesto of Destiny can be retrieved. So the sword most certainly can be retrieved. There's a whole pile
You're
of them
saying
in
there's
there.
a bunch
If you,
of witchstone all over the ground then?
a court sword is considered a martial melee weapon, so just keep that in mind. Each of you, now that the Light Eater is gone, all of you, after about 5 minutes of hanging out there, regrouping, figuring out what you're going to do, with the Light Eater not currently in your presence, your taints of chaos demanifest. Your legs go back to normal. Your eyes return to your skull. Your face goes back to normal, Pumpkin King, for the moment. And you realize that you have the ability to sort of whenever you're in the presence of the Light Eater or in the presence of the pink flames, they will come back out. They are not a permanent structure all the time.
That's kind of a convenient tell. Oh, I'm sorry for talking over you, Debbie.
Oh no, Kedam was just talking, saying, "Oh, I'm disappointed."
Can't say that I am. Another question: can I heal myself, or someone else have to heal me?
Someone else has to heal you.
Crap, because I am fairly wounded.
Yeah, you can't be doctor and patient, unfortunately.
I don't think anyone else has heal.
Nope,
No, I don't.
they'd be flipped to succeed to try it.
I can reverse heal you.
Flip to succeed to try it isn't too bad. I'm a 54 chance on that if you want me to try it. Wayward Eye has been a field medic at times, let's say.
He's seen a thing or two.
Yeah,
I'm moderately
one
wounded right
thing or
now,
two.
so it would be good to get that down a bit.
Okay. Wayward Eye is going to attempt the most hasty and non-depth perception infused heal on you.
What level of damage are you at, Raven?
Moderately wounded.
Okay, so that makes this a moderate is routine.
Okay.
You
All
are,
right.
you are flipped to you are flipped to fail though on it. So.
Okay. I thought you said okay. Cool.
You're flipped to
All
fail.
right.
Sorry, because you're.
Yeah. I was like, oh, flip to succeed. Maybe it's something situational. No, we're gonna try it. I'm going in with a really big knife that's oversized and probably not helping you.
You did it.
Oh. Hey.
54 is also under 56, so you did it. So, expend a bandage.
Okay.
And Raven, you go down to lightly wounded. Which there will no more longer be rolls needed for that, but unfortunately it would require you another day's time, which you're just not going to have. But
yeah, and I think there's something I can do about my injury, right? To at least temporarily do something about it.
Tincture.
Quicksilver.
If you have a tincture, you can take the tincture and it'll release the injury.
No, I'm out.
Okay.
I've got 5. You can have one.
So Pumpkin King will give you a tincture. Technically, order of operations, you can't heal. The Wayward Eye can't heal you with the bandage until your injury has been resolved. So, the way I've always ruled it is if you take the tincture to release the injury for the day, to bypass it, I allow you then to heal with bandage checks at that point. Otherwise, all the tincture does is just let you ignore an injury and you still can't heal, which is, I don't know, seems kind of for the price of it compared to just taking laudanum. Doesn't seem like it works right, so I've always just kind of, in my own loose rules, is if you take a tincture, you ignore the injury. Ignoring the injury means you can be healed, so now you can be healed. And you'll ignore that injury for the rest of the day, or, the rest of the chronicle, in this case.
Till I die.
Till you die, or get a new injury. All of which are possibilities. So you guys are in the barracks of the palace. The whole palace seems to be shaking. There's alarms are effectively going off. You hear rustling through the halls as the quote-unquote inept guards are all heading to their stations.
So what is it? Is that what we're doing then? Going after the Primarch, or?
I mean, if we don't, things get so bad, any other thing we care about probably don't matter much, none.
I'm not going to let some melty puddle fish woman ruin my city. It's my job to ruin this city.
I just want to survive to get out of the city.
Fair enough.
Killing.
That's what you do.
Yeah.
We should probably move then before the Emperor and his inept guards find us.
You turn to make your way back up to the hallway that you came in. Is that the way you want to go? There is a big gaping hole in the ceiling. It might be a little hard attaching grappling hook to it. It is kind of wreathed in that pink flame and kind of dripping.
I'm going to vote to avoid the pink flame, everybody. There's a perfectly good point of egress that we came in from. I think I'd like to try that first.
You guys turn and look up at the railing to head back up towards it, and perched on the railing, looking down at you, you see a figure in black. At first, you're slightly confused because for a moment you would have thought it was tragedy, but you know he's already dead. A wide-brimmed black hat, a long flowing coat. And it isn't until he gets a little closer into the light that you realize what you see staring down at you is the still face of a plague doctor mask. What is it that you've done?
More like we undone some things. And I just point to the destruction behind us. Telltale marks.
You've set the Light Eater free.
Your maester.
We had a working understanding about what it was he was to do once he was free, but it was the maester who sort of messed with that.
Your maester commanded it and another demon, which he pulled from this place. He apparently had it hidden. We killed one, and now the other is free.
Much was sacrificed to keep that thing at bay. The Emperor called all guards to his stand. Orcs run through the streets. War has come to Vallandria. We have only a short period of time to end this.
Then let's get to it, Dr. Creepy.
What is it? What happened to the gnome? What happened to Nigel?
We are the only survivors of that mess.
Unfortunate.
We got the necklace thing, though. We did that. And I think, did I end up with it? Whoever has it, I'm going to point to it.
You have it, Wayward Eye.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm going to hold up and be like, but I killed him, but I got this.
You see he flips down off of the railing down to the floor. He walks up there and reaches out a gloved hand and looks at it. My sister's pendant. Why do you have this?
Why did Nigel have it?
That might be the better question.
This was the professed price of the Mithril Primarch to leave our city.
What would the Mithril Primarch want with my sister's pendant?
He claimed to want Nigel's death, vengeance for his crimes.
You've spoken to this Primarch.
Yeah.
We get around.
And yet the Primarch does not appear to be upholding his end of the deal.
Which means he's probably the next thing we have to deal with. But this time not with wards, with swords.
There are legions of orcs and undead at the city gates. How do you intend to get to the Primarch?
We got the necklace he wants.
Yeah, I mean, he don't know that we're going to kill him. And last time we talked to him, we talked nice. So maybe we say we got the thing he wants, bring us to him. That's our chance to get in. And then we do our dark business and maybe stop some of this from continuing further, at least as much as we can as, poor people with, let's say about 7 eyes between us.
I have a plague mask too.
That's right.
I like that you just hold it up and you're so excited. Like, ah.
Are you like a plague doctor fangirl?
Yes.
So this is your first time ever seeing one in person.
Yes.
You would know then that this is Plague Dr. Latronius.
Pleasure to meet. Pleasure meeting you. I've heard of you a bit. Your notoriety. Well, it's well known.
We no longer have the Huttenberg warehouses to create the Royal Water. There will be no way to stop the orcs this time.
There's a perfectly good light eater that we could control. Possibly.
Raven.
Take my sister's amulet. See if you can make your way to the Primarch. Perhaps if you stop it, we can put an end to all this chaos. In the meantime, I shall report to the Emperor. Captain Asher, the Dragoons, the Golems, they're making their way over the city. They're engaging with the Light Eater as we speak.
Well, that does square with what we were intending to do too. Like, it sounds like you think that we're on the right path, which means it's time to put some boots on the ground and get over there.
Very well. Be on your way. Godspeed.
Tell the Emperor to suck it.
You see, he pulls out a grappling hook, and he latches it up there to the hole, and he rappels up to the rooftop.
I second that.
We need some of those.
I have a grappling hook too.
I feel like he was showing off there, everybody. I feel like I just got done saying that wasn't feasible. Yeah, I don't know. I feel a little showed up.
So, do we walk through the streets? I really do not want to go into the sewer again. We lost someone last time. Perhaps in all this chaos, we might be able to sneak our way through.
Or, again, we say we are on a mission from the same people you're serving if we run into any of his goons. And that might expedite us getting there. But, I mean, I think the sewers are a bad idea. We promised not to go back in there, and it feels like that could be a red herring, just getting stuck in there for a while.
We're also not very good at jumping over saw blades.
Correct. We have proven that some of our compatriots can't miss large rotating saw.
Where did we leave the rumble bus? Rumble buster? What's the name of the?
Outside the palace.
Outside the palace. How close are we to the palace right now?
You're in the palace.
We're in it.
Oh, guys, I still have the vehicle. I didn't remember. I deliberately left it in a place that was gonna be easy. I did. Didn't I also leave it turned so that would be easy to get away with?
You had it aiming out. That's right.
Yeah.
I like it when a plan comes together.
All right.
Well, I got my grappling hook here and rope. We could get out like you just did. I mean,
It was pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. If you want to give it a shot, just for cool points, I'd be down to try that. Tell people later I climbed the ceiling of pink flame, and
I feel like if we go up there, though, I'm going to suddenly not be able to see again.
oh right, rope burns something else entirely when your eyes are on your hands.
Ooh. I didn't think about that.
Well, then there's the hallway.
There's a hallway right there.
I'm just going to start walking for the door.
Okay.
I'm going this way.
You guys make your
we're
way
going.
back up the stairs to the platform where Latronius was a few seconds before, and you make your way out those big double doors that you guys have twice snuck into. Back out into the hallways where you are currently shoulder bumping with inept guards as they're rushing past you. Not paying a whole lot of mind to you at the moment. Because
still
they're... What?
Aren't we still stealth? I mean, now that we're back out, or does it matter?
You're what?
I thought we still had some stealth on us that lasted for a full day. So if we're going back out,
Yeah, no one can track you,
Okay,
but
got
you're walking into a hallway with a bunch of guards running to their posts and everything else. So they're not paying attention to you so much. They are just kind of bumping into you and like running past, like almost like you're supposed to kind of be there. Like
Got it.
you still look like you're still in your black garb, everything else, and but because you're alive and drawing breath and you're not an orc, you currently register as a friendly to these guards. So they're basically, one of them will yell every once in a while. They're blasted like, "The Emperor's commanded all living beings to the post. Get to the walls. We must defend the palace." So you can flee in the same direction they're going quite easily. You get out there to the outer wall where you had once done battle with some of these inept guards. And overhead, you can see almost like a comet, the way that it leaves kind of a trail behind it. You can see a large bird-like creature, and you've seen it. You just never seen it fully in flight. Its wings, 4 wings fully spread apart, and it's soaring through the clouds up above. And it just has this long trail of pink flame that just kind of falls behind it the way that a jet leaves a trail when you see it move through the sky. It just kind of leaves this streak of pink flame. And it slowly goes out after it passes by. But when you look at it, it looks less like what you imagine a demon would look like. And through folklore would look more like what you imagine a phoenix would look like. And for the first time you realize that this light eater fancies itself as a entity of rebirth. Pumpkin King knows that already.
Oh, yeah.
It refers to itself as the Bird of Rebirth. As its call name. Now, you got its true name in a book, so you can use the true name.
And in my head. Bird
That's what I'm
there
saying.
by Witchstone.
Right. So you see it overhead, and every once in a while it lands on top of another building, and the whole building goes up in pink flame. And it screeches and looks down at the streets below and roars a bit, and then it like flips its wings and takes off back up into the storm again.
Well, I think we have us a very large, angry distraction in the sky, which is both good and bad. Mostly bad.
You
If
see the
anyone can handle it,
large...
it's the Emperor. Ooh, and all his lastness.
You see the large zeppelins have all turned about from the edge walls and have made their way back towards the palace, and you see they've got large like flamethrowers, and occasionally when one gets close enough you see it try to arc the normal natural like witchstone fire, the greenish kind of red witchstone fire. You see them firing at the light eater with it, and it just kind of nimbly misses. You see what appears to be large, like cannon fire, where they're firing witchstone cannonballs at them. They're lobbing. You see things of that nature just being lobbed towards the Light Eater every time it passes by, much like ships would fire at each other in naval combat on the water. But this is happening up in the air above, and occasionally a cannonball hurls down to the ground and smashes some small building somewhere in town. You guys make your way out to the Rumble Bustler. Eventually, I assume you're still heading that direction.
Yes.
You get down there, you pull the branches off of it where you hit it. You hop in, and you guys start taking off down the streets of Vallandria. As you take off down the streets, you find rubble all over the place. It's going to take a challenging pilot check to make your way through the city streets with all this going on. As you're
All right.
dodging orcs and undead.
All right. Kidama's driving. Once again.
So
Oh!
you're driving through the streets, and some orc takes his chopper, big axe, and he takes a swing and boom, hits the side of the Rumble Bustler, and you feel one of the tires kind of give a little bit, and it's become incredibly kind of hard to steer, and you're kind of having to fight it, and you come sliding around a corner, and you made your way most of the way out of town, but it's going to come to a halt at an intersection.
I'm going to stick my head out and say, it's a regular Orcusborg out there. It's not good.
You're in kind of, you're actually not that far from the Red Herring, which was the underground harem where the cultist was kept, Zelina.
If you want, we can go pick up some of that good-smelling stuff from Zelina, and maybe I can try to call our big fiery buddy up there to maybe fuck off for a bit.
I mean, that's not the worst idea I ever heard. Do we, like, out of character, when you looked into the crystal ball, do we have a good sense of how to get to where the Primarch is right now, or would that be something we could potentially have to, like, interrogate a cultist for at the same time?
It may take some work to find the exact location of the Mythal Primarch.
Mm-hmm. Well, tell you what, you take over that Light Eater. Maybe it's got like a flaming bird's eye view of the situation. It might be able to parlay with you and palaver about where we got to go to. Maybe this is what we got to do.
I hate to say, but I don't know that stopping the bird at the moment will help us get through, because then the Emperor's men will be able to turn their attention back towards us, will they not?
Maybe we could make it cause a distraction in a slightly less killing regular people kind of way.
That I'm all for. I do wonder if there's some way we can perhaps get the cult or Zelina to aid us instead of just shopping.
2 birds, 1 witch stone. You know what I'm saying?
All right. So you guys exit your broken Rumble Bustler. You make your way through a couple alleys over to where the Red Herring is. You go down there, you find the place pretty barred up right now, but enough rapping on the door, and eventually the thing slides over. And then you hear a couple latches undone, and the door cricks open. You see Mercutio da Silva in his full garb, veil down. You've come just in the nick of time. You guys slip
Heroes
in,
always do.
shuts the door behind you. Oh, congrats, Rio Bravo, on the birth of your daughter. That's fantastic.
Nice.
Welcome to fatherhood.
Awesome.
Congrats.
Yeah, put some pics in the Discord. That'd be amazing. Congratulations. So you make your way in, and he says to you, something's happened with Zelina. Come, I'll show you. And he takes you into her bedchamber. You see all the other cultists are on their knees, and they're all kind of worshiping at her bedside. She had been lost in the dream for a long time. And now she finally spoke. But she says only one thing over and over. And I do not understand what it means. And you see her laying there in her bed, kind of strapped down, almost for her own safety. And she's just kind of struggling in the bed. And the only thing that mutters from her mouth is, "A house divided cannot stand. A house divided cannot stand. A house divided cannot stand." She's been saying it for, well, shortly after you left earlier.
I'm going to turn and whisper to the group, hopefully so no one else can hear, and say, well, what do we know that just joined up? You know, fishy parts, non-fishy parts. Maybe that's what it's talking about, that unholy union.
But that would be the opposite of division.
I know, but maybe that's how we gotta divide them so they don't stand. See what I'm saying? It's the way to destabilize them. Is we can't let them be together, is what I'm thinking.
Well, here's hoping he needs the necklace to do that. And that will let us get close, and we murder him before the Union. Easy peasy. One dead mithril Primarch can't be that hard, can it?
I do wonder if the Mithril Primarch himself is just a pawn in this, and the real foe is that grotesque demon. That is what creates the orcs, and that is what we must destroy. Though I don't know what it would have to do with this phrase. The only truly divided house that I see is all of us, this city, the Empire, the Emperor, his citizenry, all of us, fragmented by separate interests and actions.
Well, I say we just keep that phrase in mind as we continue on, and if something clicks into place, making it make sense, we act on it.
Well, don't look at me. I'm not called Dunderhead for nothing.
I'm roughly 54% intelligent, but yeah, no, I think that keeping that in mind is a good idea. But shoot, it's not immediately clear to me.
I'll
alarms have
raise up
sounded.
my knees and try to tiptoe through the crowd to get up to Zelina's side.
Okay, you make your way up to Zelena's side.
Yeah, I'll just wave my hand in front of her face, try to click my fingers and see if she'll respond to me.
You don't get anything at first. Are you going to attempt anything else?
Nothing magical. I
Okay.
have no such.
Yeah, no
Thing,
mundane means is going to bring her out. That's for sure.
So you want to have smelling salts?
Oh yeah, I do have smelling salts, or do I?
Raven would
talents
be
traveling.
up to making an attempt.
It would be an arduous heal check to use smelling salts, and you'd probably have to double dose her to try to bring her out of this fugue state.
Yeah, I think that's what we did last time, but I don't have any.
I have one.
I've got 5. So
5.
You got 5
I'll
smelling
use
salts?
2 of them to try to do
Okay.
this.
So you
Arduous.
double dose it. It is a arduous heal check. At
Do you
which
want Raven
Oh
to
my-
do it?
if you want Raven to
I
do
think-
it,
I think Raven should do this.
okay.
I think
Because I was gonna say otherwise you're
6%
flipped
is
to
not
fail.
gonna be good. Yeah.
So Raven, he gives you the smelling salts, and
It's already gonna be hard enough for me to do it, and he's gonna put him down and attempt to rouse her. And as he does it, he is going to lean in close and say, "You need to wake up now. The Light Eater is here." No.
Oh, would you like to spend one of your full 6 fortune that I have started you guys out with tonight?
I don't know. Do y'all want me to spend
Yeah.
one on this?
Do it.
I'm good with that.
Not a very high chance of success.
Sure, but hey,
1 in
strange
4,
things
who
happen.
knows?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it a shot.
Oh,
Yeah.
you pass along the smelling salts, you double doser. It does not seem to have any effect.
Yeah, she's good and out of it, y'all.
I'd hoped that mention of her foe's name would help to rouse her, but she is truly unaware.
You spooky boys got anything you can do?
I'm afraid not.
Hmm. This is the worst she ever been then, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Hmm.
I'm afraid much of the ritual knowledge we would have needed to perhaps bring her out of this state has been lost with the Emperor's Purge. When our religions were all forced underground. Well, we lost much
I
with
understand.
it. As you should.
Hmm.
If
We
the
all lost
Emperor,
much.
if the Emperor is successful at repelling this orc invasion, his ironclad grip over this city will be complete.
Well, he would do so without his maester, at the least. And eventually without this, at least I hope, without this witch stone that he has come to rely upon. But it seems now our attention turns to the remnants of these past acts. This father from Trees Fell. What was his name? Thonsy?
I'm not familiar with the Stancy.
I think that's what his name was.
You're correct. It is Stancy is the last name.
Yes. He is the Mithril Primarch. A survivor, you could say, of the many costly actions they have had to do in the past to steal away this creature, the Light Eater.
And that's all for naught. The Light Eater has been set free. It roars overhead.
It does. We may have ways to at least restrain it, but first we must stop these orcs and these creatures outside the walls that threaten to overrun the entire city. We need to be able to get outside the city to find the Mithril Primarch and put an end to this abomination, this creature whose name I can't remember for more than 5 seconds.
The wretched one.
The wretched one.
And then
So
I'm gonna.
simple, yet just
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm terrible with names as it is, but so I'm gonna describe what we saw in the crystal ball as well, as best as Raven described it to me, and ask if y'all know where that place might be.
Yes. I recognize it. Just outside of Vallandria, there's a cemetery. Once dedicated to the custodian, our god. Augurs, such as myself, we buried many of the dead who bravely fought against the orc hordes in the First War. Many of them are buried there. They're desecrating that site with their foul magics. This is just the sort of place that a demon under the sway of the Prince of Decay would need in order to seal off the soul well from us.
Well, if nothing like fighting fire with fire, let's Let's go ahead and rustle up some more of that witchstone powder.
I'm afraid there is no more. We'd given you the last draughts of it when you were here. I believe you took all 5 finger bones.
I most certainly did.
And have you expended all of it so quickly?
Yes, I did. And it was absolutely necessary.
This is unfortunate.
Well, at least we know
It
where
at
we
least
gotta
killed
go.
Newman a thing. So there's that.
If you wish to make your way outside the city, I would take to the rooftops. Orcs and undead run the streets. I can ward this place. All the Emperors called all the Zeppelins back. They surround the palace, protecting it from the Light Eater.
Do you have means of access to your roof here?
Yes, of course. The building above us is a library to the learner.
Okay.
Do not look so puzzled, Truthsayer. Of the gods, ours are wed.
More puzzled, I did not know it was still there.
Well, it's building. Your people have been driven out, unwilling to go underground as we have. It's just a building now. Empty bookshelves, stripped clean by the Emperor's men.
I see.
Even now he hides in his palace like the filthy coward he is, probably wearing his stupid tin can costume. We need to get to the rooftops as quickly as possible.
So much for him being immortal. Why didn't he go fight all these things? Yes, let's go.
Okay. So you make your way up through the old library of the learner. You can see where the statue used to be, but it's been removed. You know that statue was removed and eventually replaced into the Jabberwocky Casino. That's where you found it. But you can see the pedestal where the statue that you saw would have originally sat. And all these empty tomes, all these empty bookshelves where tomes used to sit. There's not even books on the floor. They didn't just toss them onto the floor. This isn't a library that was just ransacked looking for a particular book. They cleared out every book. Save for one. You see one large dusty tome still remains on a shelf.
Just gonna go check it out.
You pick it up.
Cautiously, like, that doesn't seem right.
You pick it up. You kind of dust it off. You flip it open. It's the sacred religious text of the God Emperor. Because even the learner would have kept a copy of it inside of their library for its completion. It is the only book that was left behind.
Well, that seems appropriate with that crew.
He's going to he's gonna flip through it real quickly, just to make sure it's there's nothing else unusual about it.
It'd be the equivalent of like the old King James version of the Bible would be for the God Emperor. It's like written in kind of the old tongue. It's an older version of it, but it's fully intact.
Okay.
Talks about his coming to the world, how he was a carpenter, born under a winter star, all that good stuff.
All right. He's going to close it, and he's going to take it and put it into his bag.
All right. You take it. You guys make your way up the library. It's got really, really nice stairs. It's been abandoned, Maybe some of the stairs are a little creaky in some places, but they're all still mostly intact. You're not going to have any problems making your way to the roof. You get up to the roof and you see the firefight continues as explosions are taking place, and you see occasionally a zeppelin catches fire and a ship goes down, and you see golems and a human dragoons are evacuating the ships and landing on nearby rooftops. You can see down below you hordes of orcs were still running through the streets. They all seem to be converging towards the palace. You're not too far from the outer wall. It looks abandoned, as though guards have already pulled back from those outer... that those walls have already been breached, and any living guards have already retreated back to the palace itself, which is the next most fortifiable position that's left. You hop across rooftops, leaping from building to building, hopping over alleys, make your way to the outer walls. You can see the war host on the outside as undead begin to tirelessly construct what appears to be siege. They're doing so at sort of the base of a large hill that's just covered with various different religious tombstones, if you will. Many of them are very simple in their design. They're just squared slab stones. Some of them are perhaps higher ranking officers who had died, and they have the actual emblems of whichever deity they may have chosen. You can see some that might be in the shape of like a book for the learner, or the skull for the custodian. And in the middle of that war encampment, you can see a green, like, bellfire that is set. It kind of glows from the distance. You can't see all the figures exactly around it, but you can tell that there's an encampment there. You still have ridiculous stealth. That is still in play. So you're not going to be tracked or trailed by anybody on your way out there. So that's why, if this seems like it's just going splendidly easily, it's because you still have 33 hours worth of critical stealth. So we're just kind of going with the idea that this is your sightseeing tour of what's going on in Vallandria on your way out to the encampment.
It's like plaid speed and Spaceballs, but ridiculous stealth and
right. Yeah, it's ludicrous stealth at the moment. So as your trackless step continues to be trackless, you're not going to have to worry about being trailed. You are still visible. You're not invisible by any stretch of the imagination, but any attempts at stealth to sneak up to the encampment are going to be quite easy.
Before we get all the way out there to start moving through their groups and stuff, Raven's going to look around. So, if we're going in to find and attack them, what is our play here? As much as I do not like it, I do wonder if Selena's prophetic message has perhaps even more to do with us and our ability to face this threat. We fight not only the Mithril Primarch, who by all accounts is indestructible, merged with a fishwoman. I'm sure that can't hurt. And then this demonic creature, this wretched one, and whatever enemies may be around. Even if we can sneak up and surprise this wretched one, how do we prevail here?
As you say that, I'm going to I'm going to put the locket around my neck and tuck it down into my shirt, because it makes me think that that's important. Like, whatever you just said just triggered that in me, and I'm throwing it around my neck and hiding it.
I'd like to try to call out the Light Eater's name.
That is a hard incantation roll to do it from memory.
Yep.
Don't you need like a ritual for that?
It is saying a demon's name once you know it is a. Now, he can call it because it's already in this world. If he was trying to bring it this world, he'd have to have a circle
gotcha.
of power. He's also not having a circle of power, so he's not protected from it if it shows up. But he has its name, so he can call it to him at this moment if he so desires. So, hard incantation roll.
Oh boy, here we go.
Would you like to spend one of them juicy fortunes?
I think I will.
That's what I like to see.
Damn. Mine's addled from too much Witchstone. I can't get my tongue right.
You're trying. You're speaking too quickly. You're messing up some of the runes that make up this demon's name. Now you know, being an arcanist, that you have to have its true name in order to fully control it.
Yeah.
But if you wish to speak to it, you can use any call name. Demons can have hundreds of different call names that they go by that's not their true name. And even knowing a call name is often sometimes enough to at least communicate with it. So if you'd like to try a much easier incantation roll, you can attempt a standard one if you remember its call name.
I'll certainly try. I will shout out into the sky. I beseech you, bird of change, bird of rebirth, servant of our dark prince, please grant me your gracious and brilliant audience.
Alright, make an easy incantation roll then.
Ooh, easy.
There you go.
There we go.
So, you do so, and it takes a minute or two, but you see where the firefight is taking place. You see the Light Eater, it like swoops down through the streets and boom, goes up through the clouds, leaving that trail of pink flame behind it.
Raven, you might want to take your gloves off for this.
And pretty
They're already
soon,
forgotten.
you all start to feel your mutations kicking in as you're standing there on the wall. And it comes and it lands on a nearby tower at the edge of the wall. Boom. And it leans its big, giant, vulture-like head, and you see its peacock tail feathers flare out. And it leans down way closer than you want it to as it looks at the Pumpkin King.
You
What can I
something to
do for
clear the
you,
way?
servitor?
Yeah, could you just clear the way between us and that green glowing area over there? I'd really not like to be bothered when I'm going over there to try to murder that freak in there.
This is a thing I cannot do.
What? Cannot do? Why not?
The old pacts have to be maintained. You should know this. You should know these things. If you excuse me,
What old
I have a city
what
to
old
raise.
pact do they have going?
Make a routine folklore for you, Pumpkin King.
Lord. Oof.
Ooh. Would you like to retry that with fortune?
Gotta save something for the fight ahead.
Okay. I will fail forward.
I
you.
remember it, but Did he actually tell us aloud last time? Because I remember you saying it. I just don't remember if it was said out loud.
Right? If you know it, if you just know it, I'll let you just say it without a roll. Say it.
Well, because it did. I remember it came up last session.
It might have.
I believe he refers to the pact for them not to interfere with one another, the demons.
That's correct.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you for the audience. Please do me a very lovely favor and murder that bastard Hans the Last so we can bring this city the change of scenery that's required.
He flaps his wings a couple of times and takes off into the air. And just as he does, like 2 giant cannonballs crash through that tower he's sitting on. And that part of the wall kind of crumbles and topples over, and he takes back off into the sky.
Suppose we could climb down over there.
I admit, part of me was regretfully starting to hope that was going to work.
Yes, well, never know until you try.
So you got a landslide of rubble that can take you from the top of the wall to the bottom now.
Seems like the thing to do.
Alright, so you guys make your way down the wall. It's not far out to the cemetery. They didn't build this thing like a mile away or nothing. It's kind of wooded a little on your way up to the hill. You go through some small patches of woods, whatever, make your way up there, and it'll take an easy stealth check to get past the lines of undead that are working on siege equipment.
All of us.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You said easy stealth check?
Yeah. Looks like everybody's in. Alright. So everybody has successfully passed their stealth checks. You guys slip past the undead who are busy building. They're chopping down some of those nearby trees. They're building siege equipment. You hear one chuckle to another there's another orc kind of chuckling nearby. And he says, "Irony, we will crush them with the same siege they once crushed us with, from this very hill. Yes, everything has finally come full circle." They're over there kind of having a belly laugh as the undead continue to strap logs down and getting everything into place. You see another one is over there. A couple are working on literally ripping up tombstones, and they're piling them into a pile as though they're going to use them for the very cannonballs that they plan to launch into the city.
Hmm.
You make your way past all that garbage, and you get to the main area encampment. And while you were definitely sneaky enough to get past orcs, and you were definitely sneaky enough to get past skeletons that are mindlessly working on a task, you, however, come across a small imp perched on a tombstone. He looks at you. "Oh, it's you. What have you come here for?"
To speak with the Primarch.
"Yes."
We had a deal, and we need to
Yes.
talk to him about it.
"And the gnome is dead, isn't he?"
Very.
"You've done your part. The bird is free." "But he is too late. My master, the Wretched One, he has completed his champion."
Hmm.
Well, let's go see this champion of yours then.
Yeah, I mean, if it's so complete, what danger is there in us just talking and making sure that our deal is square?
Well, then come this way. And stand before dread Count Stoncy.
Great.
He hops along a couple of tombstones. You come up over the edge of the hill, and there you see it. It's much of the Mithril Primarch's armor that was melded to its skin is still somewhat intact. It has a new large helm that is placed over its head. You can see the remnants of bone kind of wrapping around the chest cavity. And you can see some of the scales from the mermaid's tail have become almost like partial scale armor in some places. Wrapped around the midsection underneath the bones, hanging down, creating, well, in the way that plate armor sort of has a skirt on the sides, the pauldrons, if you will, from the pauldrons down. It sort of forms that sort of a mesh. You can see it's got several arms, one set holding on to a shield and a mortuary sword, and then one extra arm that is currently wielding what appears to be some sort of a scepter or staff.
Does this look to be like some sort of a complete transformation, or some sort of like magical effect that is
It seems as though it is a complete transformation.
Yeah, that looks about as bad as what the crystal ball was telling us was going to happen. Well, shit.
Just for mental image, are we still corrupted by our by the lighting, or is that worn off at this point?
That is worn off at this point.
Okay.
You're not near the pink flames.
Okay.
It comes... It moves rather slowly. It steps with large, heavy thuds. And it kind of stares down at the group of you. When it speaks, you hear both the Mithril Primarch's voice and the voice of the Bone Queen at the same time, as they speak in unison. You have done well. Give me the pendant. I can smell it on you. Our family's lineage will be complete, my dear. Yes, my love. Our child shall be avenged. Vallandria burns. The Emperor hides. This shall be the end of all things. It holds out its hand. It's the hand with the staff. You see it.
Mm-hmm.
It hands itself the staff, so the two bigger arms have a shield and then a staff in that hand, and the other hand still has its mortuary sword. And it leans down with its third arm extended out.
I'm going to turn to the group and I'm going to say something real low, and I'm going to say, everybody, I'm about to do something real fucking stupid. And I take a step closer because it smells it on me, and I'm going to strike the hand with my blade that was anointed.
Okay. Make a melee attack.
Okay.
That would be a successful strike. Let's see what he has for parry. Oh, holy cow. Okay.
I don't like it when you say that.
Yeah. So you go to strike, and that shield quickly whips over. Boom. Just catches your blade, and you see it kind of rears back.
And I just scream out, I said it was stupid!
You've chosen to betray us.
You have already betrayed our arrangement. You pledged to leave.
And when we are finished here, we will. But vengeance will be ours, learner. We did not come all this way and sacrifice so much to see our daughter's death not go avenged.
Sure you did, Bunky. And I'm gonna pull out the ball of earwax from the unfortunate victim of my most heinous crime in last session.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast Warp Reality.
Okay. Are you going to channel power?
I think I will.
Okay. How much channeling would you like to do?
2 channeling worth.
Okay. So, what is the rank of magic for Warp Reality?
Petty.
It's what?
Petty.
Petty? Okay, so it starts
Yep.
at easy. So you only have to do
Okay.
one,
I'll just do the 1 then.
because that'll move it to trivial. Now you have a thing that happens when you do this. Do you
Yes, I
remember?
do. I have to roll 2 chaos dice.
Right, instead of just one. So this is a
Yeah.
trivial incantation to cast Warp Reality.
Just for funsies, I'm going to roll the 2d6 first. All right.
Do you have cruel tutelage?
I do. Don't I?
I want to make sure that this says it gets rid of your...
Purple hand change. Go ahead.
Yeah, this does not say that it... Like, if you read... if Raven reads about Truthsayer, it says that he gets divine punishments instead of his normal chaos manifestations. Yours does not say that it overwrites your cruel tutelage. So you manifest on a 1 or 6, and you roll a 1.
Ooh, damn.
So go ahead and make your incantation roll, and then we'll go to the chaos manifestations.
Actually, according to Winds of Change, I have to roll 2 or more on the chaos dice to invoke.
Oh, you're right, you
manifestation.
do.
Prince of Change, yeah.
Well, that's a sumbitch.
You know, it's not an incantation. It's an incantation.
Exactly.
But that's because
Exactly.
you're a diabolist. That's why you have to have
Yeah.
2. So you are correct.
That's why I'm a son of a bitch.
But I think in the presence of a dread count, I will go ahead and spin that misfortune to make that other one a 6. So now you have 2.
Ooh, okay.
So now you have to
That's
add 25 to the chaos manifestation roll when we get to that in a minute too. So go ahead and
All right.
go ahead and fire off your spell though, because it still goes through either way. This is just whether
Sure.
casting magic is. Oh, that's a good cast.
Yes, it is.
After
Any
successfully
objects I
casting a
touch,
spell.
providing they're no larger than a child is small, can be bent as if made of soft putty. And that can last for 3 plus my willpower bonus, which is 7. Okay, so for 10 minutes, I can touch a small object and just ruin it temporarily.
Okay. And what are you going to touch? Or you're holding off, waiting to touch something?
I'm holding off for the time being.
Okay. So roll me a D100, I believe, for the chaos manifestation.
25, you say?
Let me see if I can find it in the book. I always forget which part this is in. Is that under... It's not under Game Mastery, is it? Why can I never find the chaos manifestations? I never came up with a good, easy way to remember what page that's on. I thought it was in the compendium in the back. Let's see if it's in the appendix. Maybe it is. That would help if it was. Wilderness encounters. Now, taints of chaos. That's not what we want, though. We want chaos manifestations. Chaos manifestations. 397. It's in the other section of the book. That's why I'm not finding it. I'm in the wrong section to have come across it by accident. There we go. It is in Game Mastery. Okay, so you're under Petty, so you have to add 25 to this D100 roll.
Yeah, ready? 58.
58. Intestinal rebellion. So you poop yourself.
Brilliant.
As you cast this spell, your bowels release, and you feel warm, runny stuff release down both pants of your dark clothing, and a foul
Thank
stench
God for that.
emits from you.
You know, I've seen y'all turn into all sorts of birds and shit, but this is the first transformation I don't cotton to. I don't like this.
That
Really?
outcome stinks.
There's no other effect.
Looks I'll be worshiping the Prince of changing my underpants in a second.
I will say I hope that was a solid idea you had casting this.
I don't think that was too solid, actually.
I think it's time to runny.
Oh no.
Kedam has heard legends of some of these things that can happen, so she's definitely stepping away from the rear end of this gentleman, and it's probably more of a shield wall for, say, the eye. If you do something stupid, at least you can be there to help Perry or whatever, but she doesn't want to be overtaken by noxious fumes.
You know, that witch stone messes with your gut biome is the problem. 5 fingers and your bacteria is all messed up.
So, the Pumpkin King casts this incantation, holding some earwax, and then poops itself. You see the Dread Count just sort of, both of them sort of chuckle.
I'll have you know, I had that coming.
Saboteur, you meddle. You have yet to seek what is rightfully yours.
What is mine is revenge, and I'm going to get it one way or another today.
Then why stand in my way?
Because the vengeance is mine to get.
Then what are you doing here? Your bird slowly melts Vallandria. Your pathetic ships unable to harm it. But it cannot harm me. You cannot harm me.
We'll see about that.
Go, find your emperor. Claim your throne, Pumpkin King.
I'll stand there ruminating on these words with crap in my pants.
Raven.
And I will also do something in real life completely unrelated to any of that. Be right back.
I hope so.
I really, really want him to take a
Jesus.
bathroom break in the middle of the game after his character offers up something to the wretched one.
Yeah. That's pretty great. He's offering something to the porcelain queen right now.
Yes.
So,
What's
Say the
wrong?
Raven is going to look up to it. You speak in the most abhorrent of words. Not, but lies. You promised to leave our city unharmed if we got your revenge for you, and attacked as soon as we were leaving. Here we have avenged some of you, in part, taken out Nigel, and yet you rampage the streets. This is what your lies seek, to drive us apart, to drive us to do your work for you after you have betrayed us. We will not split up and do your labor. We don't need to.
You hear the woman's voice speaks up a little louder than the male's. He had no business making such deals with you. I offered you nothing. These are my armies. I have sent them to sack your city for what they have done to my daughter.
So then is it that he spake the truth and intended to abide by our agreement, but he has no ability or will to defy your insanity. You would disgrace the legacy of your own daughter by slaughtering the entire world.
You know nothing of our daughter.
I'm gonna put my hand on my chest and say, I know a little something. You can smell it on me. You want this? You better give me a good reason why I don't just pull this out of my shirt and destroy it right now.
That bargaining?
It is
Maybe. Yeah.
Make a... we'll call it a standard bargain check. You do have the other half of the pendant.
Yeah. All right, rolling it. Oof.
Would you like to fortune it?
Yeah, does anybody mind if I spend a fortune on this one? It's a decent...
Go for it.
I just gave you one back for
Yeah.
forcing a chaos manifestation.
Just for pooping
All right.
the pants, I mean.
Good.
I mean, to be fair, I was gonna just poop my pants anyway. So
It was totally
Like,
worth
you don't
it.
even...
You hear the female, you see the female, the head kind of turns your direction, and you hear the female voice kind of speak up. Mother's amulet. Give it back to me. You don't know what it does.
It's not going to do nothing if I take my sword to it.
You hear the male voice. You think you could destroy it before we strike you dead?
I can try, and you can find out.
So your mother was what? Related to the plague doctor, Latronius?
Speak nothing of
He
that
said
plague
it was
doctor.
there.
This is all his fault. He sent the crew to our town. That gnome and that cultist. It was all their fault. They were supposed to protect our child.
So they arrived. They committed crimes against you, Lawrence Thauncey. I couldn't say words. And yourself. And your family, of which apparently Latronius is connected. And now you come here to commit crimes yourselves against 1,000,000 times more families.
Latronius was a coward. He fled our town. He left us.
And you think what you're doing right now is brave? And I point to the city on fire and being sacked.
The dead have no use for bravery. You hear the male voice speak up. Go. Give me the pendant.
I'm gonna say to the Pumpkin King, like, hey, you know how sometimes you are a little light on your feet and airy? And I'm gonna take the pendant off and toss it to him in case you need to fly away as the bird with the pendant. So I
yeah.
kind of snatch it like I'm gonna give it to him, and then I quick just chuck it to the Pumpkin King, basically. Since I'm the closest to him, I don't want him taking it off me.
Make a quick coordination check. Standard.
Okay. Standard coordination. Doing it.
That is successful. I am going to make a coordination check as well. Oh. Okay. So you see the Dread Count attempts to reach over with its empty hand and grab the pendant as you toss it, but misses, and it makes its way over to the Pumpkin King, who catches it in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
But his hand's still outstretched, right?
Yes.
One of those guards that we killed on one of our earlier sessions, he had one of these. A finger cuff torture device. I'd like to slap that on the middle.
Is it like a Chinese finger trap? Is that what?
Right on his finger.
Are you, okay, you're gonna put the finger trap on one finger. Where are you gonna put on the other side?
I'm gonna bend it in the middle using my spell. I'm gonna bend it in the middle and stick it on his middle finger.
So just two of his fingers together, just.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll just consider that a coordination check. It's probably going to be a little on the hard side to nail that exactly in the midst of that motion. Yeah. So we'll call it hard, but if you manage it, you can slap it on there. I love when random items get pulled back out sessions later. It's like my favorite thing to do in our D&D campaign is just bring up random stuff and like, here's how I'm going to win with it. Would you like to fortune that one? That seems like a great use of fortune.
Though it would be fun, could be potentially deadly. No, I'll just mash some puttified torture device into his hand, I suppose.
Okay, so you get it onto the finger, but it just kind of melts away from the use of your spell, and it just kind of droops down. It's like a ring on its finger at the moment.
Go to hell with it, and I'll turn and run away.
Okay.
Where are you going?
You take off in a dead sprint. You easily run faster than this thing because it's so bulky and heavy in its armor. The armor's been fused to it, so it's one with the armor. It can't take the armor off. But it is heavy still, and it still lumbers as it moves. Pumpkin King begins to retreat. Wayward Eye? Kadam? Raven?
I'm just standing there observing this, and I'm standing close to the Wayward Eye, so man at arms at this moment, and looking over at Raven, going, What would she do?
Is the thing chasing after him?
Chasing
after Pumpkin King?
I'm giving you guys a chance to declare what you're doing next. It may give chase, but you don't know yet.
Okay. I'm getting ready to. I've grabbed my long range and I'm ready to try a takedown in case it gives chase. I've grabbed my bow.
Are you retreating also?
I think I'm backpedaling because I was close. So I'm kind of like pulling out, and he's going face first that way. I'm going ass first that way.
Okay. So you're kind of in a kiting type situation with your bow. Kadam?
Yeah.
I've turned and followed suit with with a hand on each hip on a mortuary sword.
Okay. Raven?
I'm not sure what running away gets us at this point, but a house divided is definitely not going to succeed if I'm here by myself. So I guess I'm retreating with them at present at hopefully a faster pace because I do not want to be in the back when this thing starts smashing people.
Okay, so you guys retreat. It takes a few seconds of flicking its hand to get that gooey finger trap off of itself. And then it reaches over with that hand and re-grabs its staff and begins to lumber forward. You guys still have super magical stealth, can't be traced. So you guys are not going to be trailed by any of the minions that may be summoning around now. Most of them are still busy at their job. There may have been a few that were watching on, but as you attempt to flee, they're not going to be able to trail you. And I don't think it's worth the Dread Count's time to dispel it, to be honest. So you guys make your way back up to the wall.
I'm not going all the way to the wall.
Oh.
I just wanted to.
Okay.
I just wanted to get some distance.
Okay, so you
far outside of any potential ass whoopings coming my way.
Where are you going to rendezvous at?
I was just going to run maybe 30, 50 feet back.
Okay, you'll still be in the middle of the encampment at that point.
Okay.
Unless you want a mass melee, you're going to have to retreat outside the camp at least, out into the wooded areas, where you won't be able to be followed because of your critical stealth or your critical pass without trace.
I'm kind of hoping too that
whatever they call it.
I'm sorry for over talking.
No, you're good.
I'm kind of hoping that him saying you don't even know what it does was picked up on by the Pumpkin King too, with his more in-depth knowledge of the chaosy things. So that's why I wanted to get you that too, so you had it in your person, and maybe it'll help you do something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was hoping to sort of like just get a little bit of distance and examine this thing and see by the markings what the heck this thing would do if completed in a symbol form.
Okay. You can make an incantation roll at standard.
Is there a way Raven can help with that?
Sure. You can give him a helping die, so he can re-roll the 10's die.
Beautiful. What difficulty did you say?
Standard incantation.
Standard, okay.
Okay. It looks... You know this is more folklore than incantation. You know what this thing is. It's half of a set of lovers' necklaces. If you had the other half and you put them together, it would have the initials of two people that had carved these so that it could be reassembled. You just don't have the other half. People make these sorts of things all the time. The old best friends necklace, right? Like, those things are commonplace for couples to make such a thing. You don't know, however, that has no significance incantation-wise, though. Like, clearly it must do something else. You just aren't aware of what it could be.
Did you re-roll the 10's die?
What? Oh, yeah, he can re-roll 10's die, can't he? Yeah. Roll a d10 just to check that 10's die. If you're under 5, then I'll tell you that you know that, plus some more. It's a 2, so a 29 would, in fact, give you a proper incantation roll. You know that the Plague Doctor referred to it as his sister's amulet. He recognized it. You don't know the identity of the Plague Doctor. That's not helpful to you. I don't think anyone in your group has any knowledge of who Plague Dr. Latronius really is. Because of that, you don't know who either of the people are whose initials are inscribed on the necklaces.
So Keita,
isn't going to help
You
you
don't
any.
know as a fangirl of the plague doctor and.
No. Plague doctors are kind of like Sith Lords. Once they take on their Plague Doctor moniker, their real names are never used.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So
Okay.
you would only know him as Plague Doctor Latronius. You would have never have known him as his alter ego.
Got it. Okay.
As we're backpedaling, do I spy with my single eye a second half of a necklace anywhere on this shambling monstrosity's personhood?
Absolutely. It's
Okay.
wearing the other half.
Okay. Next chance I get an opportunity, I'm going to try to shoot that with my arrow that I pulled out.
Okay. You're retreating quite far back. This is going to be a hard shot to try to
Okay.
make.
What are you doing? What are you doing with your bow?
Okay. I'll take that opportunity and be like, I see the second half of that thing what I threw at you, and I think I want it destroyed or off.
Wait. I want to summon a crow from my bag.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. You summon a crow.
Or I'll try to, at any rate. I will not. Ow! Oh no. Oh no, that's a critical fail. Okay, so no, I just don't. I don't pull anything out.
That's not a critical fail. It's just a 93.
No,
Just
Yeah.
a fail.
just an ordinary, simple fail.
Just an ordinary, regular failure.
Yes.
So, yeah, you try, and there's too much magic's being warped around here. You can't... Nothing comes out when you reach into the bag.
Damn.
Just a fistful of feathers. No
Oh, a
bird.
fistful of feathers.
I love that
Perfect.
movie.
Because that's what I want. I need feathers. Damn it, so I can cast Quoth the Raven.
Okay.
So you don't think there's any sort of magic, or there is on this amulet thing?
There's definitely magic.
This is definitely magical. Whatever it needs to be complete to do.
Do we want
to
it to
find
be
Latro-
magical or not?
We'll have to speak with Latronius to figure that out. And I'll try to cast Quoth the Raven with my feathers of a crow. There we go. I will take on the shape of a bird, and I'll sit on the Wayward Eye's shoulder, waiting for him to fire the arrow.
Bert, this is the third campaign of my Zweihander trilogy, so it's all the same chronicle. So you turn into a crow. We have your crow sheet, so you have that sheet available to you.
Yes, I do.
So, what are you going to do as a crow?
I am waiting for the arrow to be fired at the guy.
Okay, and did you make that shot, Wayward Eye?
No, because I was waiting to see what he was
Okay.
doing with his bird. So I will make that a simple ranged, I'm guessing, roll.
Yeah, or you just use the bow. Critical fail.
Critical fail.
You pull back your bow, and you take your shot. It flies through the air, and you see it goes slight wide of the necklace,
Mm-hmm.
and you see that it sees it, and it raises its shield, and it deflects your arrow directly back at your party.
Oh no.
Roll a d6. 1,
Okay.
2 is Kadam, 3, 4 is Pumpkin King, 5, 6 is Raven. At Pumpkin King, of course it would. Go ahead and roll a d6 plus your combat.
Pumpkin King's having a bad day today.
Oh, yeah.
It's as though you deserve it or something. I don't know.
4.
I know, right?
4 incoming damage at your damage threshold may not even be enough to hurt you, but
Nah.
it strikes you just enough to make you drop the pendant.
No, it's, well, I don't know. It being magical, would it be affected? Because normally all of my
It won't
stuff
meld
on
with
my
you.
person would be.
No,
Yeah.
it won't meld with you. You very much had it in your claws when you turned into the Raven. And then this thing strikes you, does no damage, but it's enough to make you drop it onto the ground. Now, this thing's not close enough to come get it.
Right.
It's just on the ground. And it is walking your direction.
Does anybody mind if I do something real fucking stupid again?
Why not?
I'm gonna charge at it and try to just snatch the pendant with my hands, and it's gonna probably really fuck me up.
Well, while he's doing that, can I do something else real stupid?
I like
Absolutely.
stupid.
That's probably not going to work. I would like to try to cast Bonds of Justice on it.
Okay.
Put a chain length and try to restrain it. I'm sure
Okay.
it's probably immune to it, but
We'll go ahead and let Wayward Eye attempt his athletics roll. We'll call it. Actually, we'll call it coordination. We'll treat it as a disarm to disarm the pendant from its neck. We'll consider it a disarm effect.
Standard or challenging or anything?
It is going to be challenging. This thing
Okay.
is taller than you. It's
Yep.
going to be hard to get it off of its neck.
Rolling.
Successful. Let me resist with coordination, as this is a perilous stunt. I successfully keep you from disarming it. You make a valiant effort.
Mm-hmm.
How about you? How'd your bonds of justice go, Raven?
let's see. This is petty, so the difficulty is routine.
Yes. Yes.
No,
That's
God.
not a success. Would you like to fortune that?
Yeah. Because otherwise he might get smashed really hard right now. I mean, it's probably still going to happen, but there's a chance.
All right. That is a successful cast. Must resist with resolve. If the chains form around it, and it just kind of flunkses a little, and the chains just shatter off of it. You hear both voices chuckle. I grew tired of you. Give me Mother's pendant.
Raven's going to pick up the pendant
Okay.
since it was dropped. And he's going to look up towards them. Time for something else very stupid. Give me a reason I shouldn't dispel the pendant now.
You can never undo Mother's magic.
Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? And he's still backing up. Like he's still Raven's been backing up a little bit more, trying to keep some distance.
It's kind of lumbering
but-
towards you. Its hand's still
it seems to be
outstretched.
moving slow, so he'll be like,
Yeah.
nope, get back. And if it's still not on him and no one else is suddenly yelling out that he shouldn't try this stupid thing, he is going to attempt to not only dispel it, he is going to attempt to channel power to do so.
Okay. How many channel powers would you like to do? 2?
2. Let's give
Okay.
this a good college try.
Dispel is a petty magic, so that puts you at...
I believe so, yeah.
So it puts you at what, trivial?
Yeah.
Go for it.
And I actually have something. Is it dispel or just counterspell? I have bonuses too. Oh, that's just counterspell. All right. So never mind.
That is a success. As you pull on the Aether to channel power, you feel it pull back. And you realize this being is also channeling power in an attempt to counterspell you as a reaction. Ooh, I'm going to spend a misfortune. We're going to reroll that.
Roll another 90.
You better hope so. Nope. This thing has a trait called Occult Mastery. Whenever it channels power, it critically succeeds. So you feel your dispel magic bearing down on this pendant, and then you feel that blast of ether backlash at you from this thing as it's holding its scepter and smashes the end of it down on the ground. You feel the arcane aether ripples your direction, and your magic is undone.
Any other effect, or it just...
That's unfortunately counterspells just stop your magic, so
Okay, good.
it casts as a reflex. Your magics are petty. Your swordplay, novice. Hagen did not train you well enough for this. I am not your enemy. Give us the pendant.
I'm gonna say from my batted back position, with what you did before, why should we trust you now? Give us one reason.
This was never about trust. And it turns and it looks at Raven, who has the pendant. Your emperor, the same one who slayed our daughter. He's ruined your temples. He's driven your people underground. His mechanical beings, they hunt you. When
Why don't you let us...
is complete, there will be no reason for us to stay. But your emperor will be forever if we leave.
You think your wretched one's gonna let you back down after you exact your revenge?
I'll leave anything more than orc malt and orc hordes within the city walls.
Be trading one fascist for another.
I grow tired of your games, Vigilantes. Give me the pendant.
Raven's going to look over to Pumpkin King. I fear that neither one of us can overcome this creature's magic. But both of us at the same time?
I'll fly over to the Mithril Primarch. Resume human form. And then I'll try to do a takedown. As stupid as that is.
Okay.
Sort of, yeah. Coordination. Bam. Here we go.
He watches like, that's not quite what I meant.
Coordination. That's success. I need to make sure this guy can be affected by perilous stunts.
Yeah.
They cannot bleed or suffer injury. It doesn't say he can't. Yeah, alright. Sounds good. Okay, so I will resist with coordination because that is what you get for being... Ooh, that may not be a success. How much coordination does he have? Not a whole hell of a lot. I got one misfortune. Alright, I'm going to give your fortune back. Oh, still fails.
Yeah.
So you walk up there and you get underneath its legs, and its awkward weight will cause it to stumble around a bit, and it kind of drops down. It kind of attempts to grab at you, and the other arm kind of simultaneously kind of reaches towards Raven as though it's going to just grab the necklace from it. And it seems like its concentration is divided into two places. It's kind of broken its concentration, and it goes down to the ground in its attempt to track both of you at the same time. So you have it on the ground.
Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
What would you guys like to do next? Are you going into combat? Do we need initiative at this point?
Seems likely.
Yeah,
Alright,
I'm guessing so.
So let's fire up initiative. I'm going to have to move some stuff. Let's move these out of the way. That's fine.
Am I the wintry cow or the black cow? Which icon's mine? Because I can grab more than one.
You're the wintry one, because you're the Viking.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so you guys are currently... I'm pretty sure Wayward Eye is at short range. Kadama's at short range.
Yeah.
Raven, are you right up on him? Or were you at range still? Because Punking's the only one who actually engaged in it, right?
I was trying to stay at a little bit of a range.
Okay, so you guys are all at short range. I'm going to flip over here to the Roll20 screen for the people at home. Boom. So this is what we have here.
I have to find.
D10 plus your initiative score is what we'll need for...
Oh yeah, D10 plus my mistress score, which is. Oops.
Good old awkward wait. That's right. Rain survives. All right. So once you got your initiatives, just tell me what they are. Ooh, man, that's nice.
Oof.
Ouch. You said ooh, I say ouch.
Okay.
That's
Mine's
14
looking
for
pretty
me.
nasty at
Pumpkin
11 for me.
I think this is the first good initiative I've rolled this entire time.
You're a
Excellent.
17 for Raven.
Nice.
Good fight to do it on.
Wayward Eye, what are you? 4 plus
Yeah, 10. So 14.
14. And Kadam is a 9. Let's sort this descending. All right. So on initiative of 21, the Dread Count will go first.
Well,
It will spend its AP to get up from prone. It stands up. You see it's got a rather large... actually, it's got listed as a Morgenstern here, but I thought it carried a two-handed weapon in one hand. So I had given it a Zweihander. So that's what it has. This is Zweihander. So it's got a large two-handed sword carried in one hand. Actually, no, I'm sorry, it's a mortuary sword. I already described it as such. It is a mortuary sword and a shield that it has. And then its other hand carries the scepter. So, sorry, that is... Although it's weird, it gives it the trait Big Grim, like it's supposed to have a two-handed weapon, and then they didn't give it a two-handed weapon. It's kind of strange. So I was just looking at its stat profile. I'm like, I don't understand why it doesn't have a two-handed weapon. I give it a sledgehammer, like a real one. Okay, well, all right, we'll go with it. So it is going to stand and ready its weapons for its second AP. For its third, it is going to take its attack at the Pumpkin King, because you're the only one in melee with it.
Makes sense.
That would be a strike. Would you like to parry with an AP?
I will sure try to. Talents and trappings. Being bummed.
You can do it.
Ooh. I'll switch over to martial melee for this, since I'm using the court sword.
Yes. That is a successful parry. So it swings down with that kind of oversized mortuary sword, and you bring that court sword up and boom, kind of block it as you're right basically underneath this thing almost. And that'll bring us to Raven. Raven?
Not sure if this is going to work, but going to whip out the fire opal.
Ooh, okay.
And recite a prayer aloud to the learner and invoke Lawrence Thauncey's name. Lawrence Thauncey, I do not have a word for your crimes, but let us begin with causing the death of hundreds, if not more, within the city of Vallandria. And I'm going to try to cast Trial by Fire, since I know the name of half of this creature.
So you're going to invoke his name. Is this a greater magic spell?
It is.
Okay, so it starts at hard.
I look at the armor fused with it while you're doing your incantation. I'm like, and crimes of fashion.
Can I use one action to channel power for that?
Yes. Yeah,
I don't want to use both because he's probably going to try to smash me. But I'll use one.
Okay.
That would lower it to challenging, I believe.
Yep.
I'm just rolling incantation because I don't have that spell on my sheet. So
That's
where's
fine.
the button? There it is. Oh, good.
42, incantation 20. Yep, you're minus 10, so that's correct. Okay, so you get the spell off. And what does it do? Damage?
It does. If the foe is guilty of the crime I have pronounced, they immediately suffer 3d10 plus willpower bonus and damage from fire.
Okay.
You can inflict injuries with this magic, but they are set on fire instead. Okay.
Okay. I guess he's technically guilty. He raised an army that's
Rampaging through the streets.
14.
Plus 10 is my willpower bonus.
Okay, so that's 24.
I forgot to add it to the roll, but
Okay. So you cast this spell, and you see fire kind of washes over him. He takes... He takes 2 levels of damage from it. As you see, it does visibly hurt him.
if it can burn, it can die.
But the flames go back out. They don't stay on him. They just go over him real fast and then... Wandering Eye? Wayward Eye?
Yep. So while that's happening, I'm gonna try a simple ranged as a takedown with my trapper skill. I'm gonna try to take him down.
Okay.
And rolling.
All right. Resist with coordination. That's a success. So you take your shot at him. It plinks off of his armor. It doesn't. He's not going down with that.
Okay.
That's a one shot. What would you
Yeah,
like
I'm
to
gonna
do?
I'm gonna spend one AP to switch to my flammered, and I'm going to attack with that since I have the bonus action to dodge or parry after.
Yeah, you have a lightning reaction if he swings.
Yeah,
at you.
yeah, exactly. So I'm gonna give that a shot. Oh, you know what? Let me put that back to standard. I had it at challenging on accident. Rolling. Oof.
Ooh. You strike. It doesn't do any good. You have did it have aim on it also? No. So
No,
one AP
no.
left. Oh, you switch weapons and strikes. That's your 3 AP.
Weapons. Yeah, exactly.
Kadam
So I'm
or Pumpkin King? Sorry, Pumpkin King.
I'm just gonna try to go for. I think I'll just go for a strike with the court sword.
Okay.
Gonna give a little poke there. Ah.
Nope. You got 2 AP
And
left.
then I will, I'll use both AP to oh gosh, what's it called? Not maneuver, but like shuffle out of the engagement.
I believe maneuver is what it's called. You're correct.
Okay.
Maneuver is the combat movement ability that lets you get out of. So yeah, you can do that to get back to short range.
Yeah.
So you maneuver away from it. Kadam, you're all at short range from it.
Okay. I think I'd like to use use my hunting bow. So that'll be 1 AP to load that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I have 3 total, right? So I do 1 AP. I could aim. I could take aim and use an AP. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That increases your chance to hit by 10, so it makes it a routine shot instead of standard because you're at short range already, so there's no range difficulty.
Okay.
So taking aim just makes it easier, so you're now at routine to shoot.
Okay.
You have hit.
Great.
7 damage, however, is not going to penetrate the armor. So your shot hits, but it just off the armor, and your bolt shatters when it hits him.
Okay. So that was load, aim, fire. So that's 3, right?
That's 3.
You
You still have lightning reaction. Should
which
you
I
need it.
can. I can bank that. Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. So now that you have engaged in this thing in combat, it will. Whenever these creatures are encountered. Okay. This is the one they do. They inflict a random disease. Okay. So, it will. I think it's going to. It'll charge forward. So it's going to charge, bringing you all into melee with it. And it will strike Raven, because Raven actually did damage to it. So it is
Nice.
charging for 2 AP. Oh, that's horrible. I can't believe I missed. I don't have any misfortune to reroll with, because y'all haven't spent enough.
Oh, good.
It's our master plan.
So it
You're
charges
seeing my life
forward.
flash before my eyes.
You do, however, he does not generate a fury die, so that does not kick in. Sadness. However, he is insanity provoking. He has sanity blasting. So all of your foul mutations will come into effect. As it charges in, Kadam, your legs revert to bird form, your plumy tail is out, the Pumpkin King's face goes to pumpkiny, Raven's eyes move to his hands and his knees snap backwards, Wayward Eye's eye does not go straight. It's still just...
Yeah, my mutation is like my eye is just slightly better. Yeah.
His eye's just slightly better, yeah. So all those things take place. It wildly swings at you and misses and strikes the ground. But as you do this, as it gets close to you, now that it's angered and in combat, those things flare up on you. You can feel the pull of that this thing has on the ether around it. It's like those of you who are magically attuned sort of can feel the winds whipping around it. The rest of you just feel the wind from this massive thing moving at you that quickly. But that'll bring us to Raven.
I am going to first cry out because my knees snap backwards and my eyes shift very weirdly through my body. And then I am going to use 2 AP to do a maneuver to get out of range.
Okay.
That's 2, right?
Yep.
So I'll move back behind everybody. And then, if I am interpreting this correctly, I can continue to name crimes on my turn and still use Trial by Fire without casting it again, since I've cast it once.
Sure.
Like, it has a duration of 9 minutes plus willpower bonus or something.
You would have to know of another crime he's committed.
And I say with a very irritated tone of voice, Lawrence Thaunsey, I also accuse you of blasphemy against the Emperor, because the crimes must fit with local law.
So you're charging with heresy?
Against the Emperor, yes.
All right.
I sound really freaking annoyed about saying it. But I'm pretty sure that's in the law books now somewhere.
Technically, I guess it would be.
So if that worked, then that would be 22.
Shit.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
The flames pour over it again.
I'm backing up, like trying to rack my brain for crimes. What else could it have done? Vandalism? No, that's not good.
It's wearing white after Labor Day. And by white, I mean WIGHT because it's undead.
Wandering Eye, it's your turn.
I'm going to aim twice and try to hit it with my Flammard again.
Okay. Okay, so you run up there and you take a swing at it. And he will parries it away.
All right, I've got my lightning reaction, and that's where I'm at.
Technically, it dodged away because you shot ranged at him, right?
I was.
Oh no,
I was
Flammard,
doing-
yeah, it's still parried.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So you're good. You're good.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh, he can use his parry for ranged as well. So that's why it's kept
Oh.
parrying. That's why dodge is none. I was like, why is dodge none? I'm like, oh, because he
Right.
can parry
It's
with the
because-
shield. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got
yeah.
defensive, and that's why he can do it. Okay, so yep. So yeah, all you find is shield. Just toom. And that'll bring us to Pumpkin King.
I'm gonna drop my court sword, and having felt my head transform, I'm gonna pull off my Pumpkin King mask, reach into it, and then cast Hat Trick to try to pull out a crow.
Go for it. That's a petty spell, I believe, so...
Yes, it is. You adjust that there. Hey, there
Successful. You pull out a crow.
we go. A lot of crow with a foot coming out of its forehead.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
What are you going to do with your next AP?
Geez. I think just as a free action, I'll shout at Raven, "Desecration of a sacred site!" And then, oh gosh.
Might work.
Yes. What else would I do? I think that'll just be what I do. Just call this little birdie fella into my arm.
Kadam.
Well, is he he can be subject to can I perilous stunt?
Yeah, it seems so.
I'm gonna throw pocket sand at him. I mean, I could do honey pot, or actually, let me see what I have to throw at him. Intelligence graphics. But I just my intent is I want to try to throw something at him to kind of maybe impact his eyesight.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to do dirty tricks?
Yeah, dirty tricks.
All right. Go for that's a guile text for dirty tricks to try to blind it.
Guile. Okay.
Yep.
And at standard routine.
It's
or...
standard.
Mm-mm. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Success. You attempt to blind it. It resists. You grab some soil and you toss it up in its face, and it doesn't seem to have any effect. What would you like to do next?
I have 2 AP left.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'm going to oh shoot. I'm gonna go ahead and take the use 1 AP to switch to the mortuary sword, the anointed one that I got from Nigel,
Okay.
and then try to strike at him with that.
Okay.
Because we're in melee, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're in melee.
I mean, I can't step back.
You hit it, but 11 damage won't puncture its armor.
Friggin' A!
So you strike past the shield, and it hits armor, and a spark lets off. And it is his turn. It looks at Raven. It will sacrifice 1 peril track to critically cast an incantation of petty magic, and it casts Hush upon the Raven.
Now, it casts
I
it
can't-
critically. Does that mean
You can't resist.
Oh, yeah. But can I counterspell it?
Not on a critical. Same way.
that's what I was going to ask?
Yeah, you can't counterspell a critical, and it can automatically cast it at critical by sacrificing 1 peril track, which puts it down to still unhindered. Well, from unhindered to imperiled. So it will sacrifice that 1 level to cast Hush on the Raven before he can speak of any more crimes. It will use its 2nd AP to do the perilous stunt takedown on the Raven. You would need to resist with coordination, good sir.
Got too much reach. I don't like that. Oh yeah,
Okay, you are not taken down to the ground.
that's
That is
what I
good.
do.
And for its last AP, it is going to bring its mortuary sword across you because it is angry. That is a actually successful attack, believe it or not,
For me,
for him to hit you. Do you have a parry?
I
AP?
do have one AP left, I believe. Yeah, because I just invoked it last time. I didn't actually cast it, so that's just martial melee.
Yep,
Because I have the court sword out.
correct.
Oof.
No dice. Luckily, it's only starting at 2d6. Ooh. Let's roll another one. That is going to be... That is what, 13? 23 incoming damage.
Well, that... Wait, no, that's the wrong one.
Look at the damage track.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong area. How much did you say?
23.
That's 3 levels.
I will roll my...
That puts me at grievously wounded.
I will put my injury dice then. That is 4d6 because a mortuary sword gets an extra for vicious. And there is a vicious, grievous injury. Roll a d100.
Hi, everybody.
To see what... 59. A mutilated nose.
At this point, could he get much worse? I mean,
You
I'm
know,
sure it'll pop up somewhere.
while you're transformed, you have eyes in your hands and now no nose, so you're just like Blink Man. You're
It cleaves the nose off your face as you get this giant slash down your face and across your chest. You'll have to have surgery to fix that nose. Not that if you survive this at all.
I see it happen, and I just say, "Oh, nose."
And it looks down at you, and you hear the female voice say, "Speak no more of your lies."
I don't cry out.
You can't.
I mean, I look like I'm doing it, but I'm not doing it.
He did. He got the Tyrion Lannister treatment.
Hmm.
It is Raven's turn.
I'm generally assuming you need voice to be able to cast any spells.
Yeah.
So that's unfortunate. I was going to try to dispel magic him this round.
I'll get a free social it at the end. It holds the mortuary sword, and it looks at Raven, and it looks at the rest of you. Is your friend's life really worth it? Haven't you lost enough friends? And what will happen if you strike me down? Will your emperor reward you? Or will he continue to oppress your people for all of eternity?
I'm about to do something real stupid, and I run over to Raven, and I take the amulet or the pendant while you're dealing with your new damage, and I just say "fuck this," and I throw it at him.
Okay. So you take an AP to run over
Yeah.
to Raven, which he's actually you're both in. Yeah, so you run over to him and you take the pendant from him and you chuck it at it, and you see the third hand catches it. It can't do anything. It doesn't have any more AP this turn, but that's duly noted. You have one more AP left.
I'm gonna turn to everybody, and I'm gonna say, we're gonna die here, and the enemy of our enemy is our friend in this moment. Maybe we can right one wrong today, but maybe not this one. and that's kind of my thinking.
Pumpkin King?
So did I not get to go?
Oh, sorry, Raven.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I thought it was my
It's out
turn.
of my
Sorry,
round.
I don't do that.
You're just supposed to lay there and bleed.
I mean,
Sorry, I didn't mean to take your turn.
Are you wearing armor?
I am.
You have leather armor, right? Or something the equivalent?
No, it's Brigandine, I think.
Yeah, Brigandine. Okay. That's good, because otherwise you
Yeah.
start bleeding out. That'd be bad.
Yeah.
Are you the bleeder?
No.
Okay. Because that'd be really bad if you were the bleeder.
That was our friend that met the saws.
That's right.
That was the dandy.
That was the
yeah.
dandy. The dandy was the bleeder. So
Yeah, he was a bloody mess, so...
what action would you like to take, Raven?
Sorry, I accidentally full screened the Twitch on myself.
Speaking of which, I need to.
Well, I guess the thing gets taken and thrown. I'll ride with that. Because that could probably easily happen as... I guess he, at this point, is going to somewhat resign himself. And he is going to run forward back into melee. Attempt to position himself kind of in front of the others. And he's going to take a stab at it with his sword.
Okay.
With martial melee, which he is not very good with, but
Do
there
it.
we are. I guess I'll just roll martial melee because I don't have this weapon on my sheet.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Strike. Roll your d6 plus your combat bonus.
Okay. It's just d6 for a court sword.
Yeah, all weapons are d6 unless you do something to make it more than that.
Ah, yeah. Plus what bonus? Combat bonus?
Yep. Ooh. So you hit it and nothing. It just clinks off the
Can
armor.
I spend like a point to increase that damage or something?
Yeah. To make it a
Like,
6.
yeah, I'm going to do that. Screw it. If I'm going to die, I'm going to hurt the thing at least.
Well, before you do that... Ooh. Okay, so you spend a fortune. You make that a 6. So that's 6 plus 7 is 13. Would you like to spend
Yeah.
more fortune, or are you done with 1?
If it's a 6, do I get to re-roll it or not?
Oh,
because
yeah,
I
yeah,
used
you get to
fortune
reroll
to make
again. Sorry, you're correct. I got to get back under fortune here. Oh, you get to roll it again.
My valiant last strike! Great big F you.
All right. So you see Wayward Eye runs over, grabs the pendant, and throws it. And you see that its focus, just like it was with you and the Pumpkin King earlier, is temporarily divided. As the third arm reaches to grab the pendant, and it turns its head to look at it, taking its eye off of you, Raven. You run, and you strike with the court sword. And with those fury dice, you have done enough damage to run it through. You plunge your court sword through, and it stumbles backwards. It drops down to a knee. Its third arm reaches down, grabbing hold of the court sword. No. No, this can't be. Why? Why would you do this? You hear the two voices begin to argue. Its spell relinquishes its effects on you, Raven. You can speak again.
Right in the middle of that. That's what you get! No one else does! Oh. Oh.
See, I distracted it with the pendant.
exactly as planned.
You see it stumbles backwards and it begins to split kind of in two from where the court sword is impaled through it. It slowly kind of withers, and that's when you see, ripping these two beings apart, you see the bulbous form start to spill out. That is the wretched one.
Oh.
There we go. I was waiting for that.
Let me quickly grab him.
Shit.
While that's happening, is there a chance for me to run up and grab the two separate halves of the pendant?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to do that.
Okay. We're still in initiative round. Well, we'll start a new initiative because this is going to be a new. Well, you keep your initiatives for the day, but this is a. Where was I at the combat scene? You guys aren't even going to get to use my super cool map I made, but it's all right. This is how these games go. I'll show it to you when we're done. You'll get to see it. Dread count, you died. You
I
see
took the house divided thing to heart. I was like, I'm not letting them have this fucking
paste. So this thing stumbles backwards and you see pouring out of it, spilling onto the ground and forming up into this large, filthy thing is the wretched one. On its shoulder is the little imp demon that you spoke to earlier. No, I was so close. You humans always meddling. Why? Why do you defend him so?
I don't defend him, but at least all of them. And he just gestures vaguely to the city.
As he's dying, I'm gonna say, after we deal with you, maybe we deal with him. But you're a problem too. This wasn't the right way.
Let me go back to my temple.
Take your army with you, or we'll send you to the abyss.
The undead already begin to crumble. With the Bone Queen destroyed. Oh, boss, they did it again. Do we have to go back to that wretched temple? It reeks of elves.
Reese is just going to be trying to slowly move back because he's in melee range. He's like right up on this thing. He's just like, I'd like to be back here a little bit.
Since I have the pendant, although it doesn't maybe matter at this point, I'm gonna start backing up as well.
Okay. You start backing up. You got both halves of the pendant.
I slip it over my neck.
All right. You slip them both over. You guys back up away from it, and you can already see that it looks as though it's kind of shriveling up. This sluggish thing is already starting to wither.
I'll ruffle the feathers of my foot-headed crow and get some feathers from my pocket and set it free, and then get the hell out of here.
All right. You guys are going to flee back towards the city?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reese is not going to attempt to kill another demon today.
It slithers off, and you can see it leaves kind of a snail trail behind it as it heads back into the woods. You can feel a rift kind of forming where this thing is slowly dwindling its way back into the abyss. You make your way to the city gates. As you walk, you can find the remnants of skeletons.
Do any of these deceased individuals, do they have any cleaner pants than I've got on?
All of them are cleaner pants than you have on.
I'll take some cleaner pants than I've got.
These are all cemetery skeletons that were raised. They were all buried in their finest. So, you know,
Oh,
these
hell
are,
yeah. Beautiful.
So-
Yeah.
yeah, you can find some pretty nice skeleton garbs on some of these. I mean, most of them were probably buried in uniform.
Trendy
My one
and
is not
vintage.
super old. Do I need to do anything so that I don't like bleed out and die on the walk back, or am I okay because I was wearing?
You're not going to bleed out because you have armor on. The rules for Zweihander are is you don't actually bleed out from an injury unless you have no armor, which is why I asked if you had armor, because otherwise you wouldn't have lived long enough to stab him.
Yeah, because I'm a breath away from death.
Yeah, you are definitely a breath away from death. And you're the healer. So you guys get back towards the city. You make your way in through the gates. You can see roaring up above is the Light Eater. Most of the Zeppelins are gone. It is perched on top of the palace. It looks down at the Pumpkin King. You're late.
I was getting pants for the occasion. Wait, what? Maybe I should go talk to it.
I'm gonna walk up with you, even though I have no business going.
Reese will follow at a short distance, like just limping along, blood running down his face and chin and everything. There go my legs again.
You know what must be done.
Bring me to Hans the Last.
Actually, if you could take all of us up there, that'd be pretty good. Hi, I'm Wayward Eye, by the way.
As you guys get close, your Chaos Manifestations come back out.
At this point, I'm just resigned to whatever happens to me. Like, just okay, sure, why not? Why not?
Just know that whatever happens, Raven, the learner is very proud of you. Oh, you ran through an abomination. It was lovely.
It was pretty cool, though.
No ass.
I got some jewelry.
Yes, very nice, yes.
Hopefully, if you put it together, it won't suddenly summon another demon or something.
You say that, and I put it together.
You put the two halves together. And when you do, they merge into one pendant. Stepping out of the pendant is a ghostly apparition of a man. He has a wide brim hat, a long duster coat, and a shovel in one hand.
Hi.
Mithril Primarch.
Hmm.
Didn't I just kill them?
I think I just made you appear. I say to it.
You did it.
I think we might have the same goal. We want to get the Emperor.
In fact, we were just on our way to the throne room, I believe.
Yeah.
You finally freed me. Freed me of my
Wait.
curse.
I think so. And I just put it back in my shirt.
My family was taken from me. By a servant of the Emperor. An alleged man of God. He would not give me his daughter's hand in marriage. So him and the other townsfolk of Treefell, they framed me, drug me to the waters, and drowned me. All of this destruction, all of this chaos. So that a woman could not decide who she loved. My daughter was born of her shortly after my death. She carried with it my beloved wife's husband's last name, till the time at which she married a man named Lawrence Dauncey. My dear Alice is no longer in this world. But you have finally given me peace. Take the pendants. Keep them safe. Put this tyrannical reign of the God Emperor to rest.
I think we can oblige on all counts, good sir.
Is there anything else I need to know about this pendant before we go in there?
My beloved Alice enchanted it. It was supposed to ward me from danger. She could use it to focus her magics. She'd used it several times in an attempt to dispel other magics around her. I was just a grave robber. Given a second chance to extract revenge upon the people of Treefell. By that, and he looks up at the Light Eater.
Well, I'd say you've done quite a bit of damage in that regard. Well done.
He walks back towards you and goes back into the amulet.
Well, shall we finish what was started then?
Ain't nowhere to go but forward.
We're down in a swirl.
For once, we are in total agreement.
Yes, this is true. I agree.
Anyone have some laudanum?
Oh yes, by the way, I do. Here, have some laudanum. Everybody, have some laudanum, just for giggles. Come on.
All right.
I don't remember if that actually does anything, but at this point, he's like, why
You
not?
can't heal it because you have an injury you have to ignore first. So you have to have a tincture.
Can I take another tincture?
No, you already took one a day.
Okay. Yeah. He'll take the laudanum anyway. Screw it. He has no nose at this point.
You can take
Just,
the
why not?
corruption, but it won't heal anything because of your injury. So
It's like the last shot of whiskey at the end of a movie. Like, fuck it.
you take the corruption, you gain no benefit.
That's fun, actually.
Yeah. How much corruption is that?
1.
Why
You
not?
gain 6 more, I believe, for the injury itself, though. Just for the record.
Okay. Catching up on Pumpkin King.
So, Vigilantes, you guys make your way. Make your way to the palace. And up there in the ramparts, you can see the Emperor.
Are we riding the giant phoenix bird?
No, he
That's
will
a
not,
Zeppelin.
he will not let you ride him.
Curse.
That is not a thing he does.
I'll be right back.
But it is
If I had a
perched.
bit of witchstone essence, I'd make him take us up there.
If you only had some, right?
Yeah.
All right. So you all make your way over there. You can
Oh!
make your way up to the top of a nearby building. You guys see yourselves located promptly down there. I think I moved everyone over here to the map.
I screamed when I saw the. I think that's the the bird. The
So what
yeah,
would-
that's what made me scream.
So you guys see the Emperor. He walks over there to the edge, puts his big, massive golem arms on that catwalk and looks down your guys' direction.
I'll blow him a kiss.
I suppose you have come to swear fealty to me. You have done well, stricken down our foes.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm here to kneel before you and kiss your hand. Gimme, gimme.
Why do you wear such mask, Vigilantes? Show
Well, this is
yourselves.
actually my face now, unfortunately, so.
I take off the crude bandana that serves as the Wayward's Eye's flimsiest excuse for her secret identity, and I just toss to the floor.
I am unfamiliar with you. Why have you come? You wish to have seats upon my court. You have court swords with you.
Absolutely. Do I hand this to you and you do the shoulder tappy for the benighting? Is that how this works? Or do I hold it out thusly with my hands and...
We're on like separate towers, right?
Yeah, you're on a building nearby, looking over at the tower that he's on.
Reese is just leaning against the wall, like.
I catch that Raven is trying some subterfuge, and I don't want to blow up his spot, so I'm letting him talk. Or not Raven, sorry, Pumpkin King. Yeah.
Yeah, so do we just come down and inside and then up the stairs and then see you?
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but I have a hard time seeing things. Like, I'd like to witness your splendor and pledge fealty.
Let them in. Tell them to open the gates.
Heroes welcome, about damn time. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
You guys make your way down there to the street level. You see, it looks like what's left of orcs and the undead have crumbled. So you can see undead have crumbled the street. There were a lot fewer orcs. You see that many of them have been run through. You can see kind of in neat file lines, the golems are marching through the streets. A group of them come your direction with a human at the front of them. He stops, kind of salutes. Captain Asher Williams, captain of the Dragoons.
Good to make your acquaintance.
The Emperor requests your presence.
A meeting amongst royalty. Ah,
You notice when
wonderful.
he salutes that his left hand is completely like cast iron. They will escort you into the palace. Take you up to the rooftop if you so desire.
Certainly.
Reese just trails along, hand holding his oozing nose.
You see they make their way up there. You get up there and there's a small regiment of golems, which I craftily originally hid on this map under the Zeppelin. But now they're out here with you guys. So here's Captain Asher. His group of golems. You can ignore all those orc tokens. He stands there. You have saved the city. The people are in a great debt of gratitude to you. You have helped secure my reign as Emperor Hans the Last. Soon, we shall have that wretched bird driven from the skies. Vallandria will rebuild once again.
The bird of rebirth, you mean? What is his name?
Are you attempting to do something?
Yeah, I'm going to attempt to actually call the bird again.
Okay. That is a hard
what was it again?
incantation roll.
Hard incantation, yes. I don't suppose I can channel power for this, can I?
No.
Damn. Let's see. What was that
can do
creature's
it.
name again?
Oh.
Hmm.
You try, and you can't seem to do it at the moment.
You'll have to pardon me. My demonic gibberish is a little rusty. In any case, what's your plan for getting rid of it?
My airships continue to hunt it. Soon we'll be able to drive it. Its host is being prepared.
Ooh, a host. Beautiful. Well, so how do I do this? Do you hold out your hand and then I kneel and mwah? Is that how this works?
Yes, come forward and kneel before me, and you shall rise a member of the court.
Oh, beautiful. And I'll kind of give like a little jog up there to him.
While he's doing that, Reese, who's looks woozy, I imagine, is gonna kind of nudge Wayward Eye and just kind of tap at his chest,
Mhm.
kind of like hold his hand out.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna like as subtly as I can like yank it off my neck and pass it to you.
He's gonna take it. He's not gonna do anything right yet, but he's gonna just reach out for the amulet because he's gonna possibly try something really stupid in a second.
I love that the theme of tonight is like, I'm gonna do something stupid, everybody.
Probably
Send
not gonna work, but
Okay, so you run up there, and you kneel before him.
Please mind. There we go. Yeah, let's move him
Okay.
up there.
Do you present him with your court sword?
Sure.
He reaches down and he takes it.
No!
For valor and bravery in the destruction of our kingdom's foes. You may rise, sir. What is your name? What is the name by which you shall be known?
I am Felix Hunson, the harbinger of harvest, the Pumpkin King.
You shall
And
rise.
as I rise, you shall fall. I'll jump up and I'll try to put him in a chokehold with my bare hands.
Okay, go for a chokehold.
Whew.
Simple melee. Or is it simple melee for chokehold?
It is it's a perilous stun, actually. I believe chokehold is a perilous stun.
Athletics.
Yes.
Athletics. Yeah.
All right. You wrap your hands around his neck and you squeeze. It's about this point, Felix, that it's a kind of a cool night at this point. His helmet has the obvious visor slits that you're used to plated helmets looking like. His particularly ornate. But you're right up in his face, and that's when you notice no mist blows through the vents.
Hmm. Well, they shouldn't be blowing through the vents. I'm choking them. As far as I'm concerned.
You're up close enough to his face that you've seen enough others close up now that you realize he is a golem.
Son of a bee.
His spirit, his essence was put into this body so that he could live forever.
This son of a bitch is unstrangleable.
He is unstrangleable. I do need initiative for him, though. 5 plus his initiative mod, because I have his sheet right here, too. Maybe, if it'll pull up. An 11 initiative mod. Holy shit, he's fast. 16 for him. Emperor Han's the last. And he is a 16. And we'll do descending. Boom. All right. So, with that out of the way, I'm going to roll a d10 for the others. They're going to go on a 14. Golems, which will also include their captain. Descending. Okay, so I got my initiatives up. It is Raven, your turn. You see this happen. The Pumpkin King reaches up and grabs the Emperor by his big plate neck. And you get this look of like, uh-oh, on Pumpkin King's face.
With a certain resigned tone, holding the amulet that he got from Wandering Eye. Reese, because all that matters is that the Emperor does not make it back from here. And in the name of the learner, I will channel power. I couldn't remember what it was called, for 2 action points. And I'm going to attempt to dispel magic on the Emperor. I don't know if a golem is magic, but I really want it to be.
In my heart, I want it to be.
Go for it. I may have to look up the rule on this to see how that would work.
So I was like, it's either genius or it's stupid. I don't know which one, but I'm going to try it.
It's an interesting play. I had not considered.
I don't know if the amulet does anything. You just mentioned like counter spelling and stuff, and I was like, well, why not? Let's go for it.
Yeah, okay.
And that's petty, I think. I'm about to die now
Here we
anyway,
go.
so Hail Mary pass.
Oh. Okay. Did you succeed? You succeeded.
Yes.
Okay. So, this is interesting.
It's one magic spell effect, so I don't know.
I'm going to give him a
how that's gonna
resist.
work.
I'm going to give him a resist. Where's his sheet? What does it say? Does it say he gets to resist with anything?
Oh, it's a magic effect, so I don't.
Okay. So, I will count it as just a resolve. We'll just leave it as standard. Okay. He seems to be able to resist it.
Fair.
I was going to... There's rules for deactivating a golem, so I was going to allow it to do it as a deactivation. That would give you minutes worth of time before he reactivates, so that would be plenty of time to come up with a plan maybe on how to dispatch him for good, or at least have to do combat with the rest of his army there behind him. So that was your channel powers, Raven.
Yep.
It is the Emperor's turn.
Hi, everybody.
So he is going to do a takedown maneuver on the Pumpkin King. That's going to be pretty close, I think. Oh, yeah. He's well within range. So that's a successful takedown maneuver. You need to resist with coordination.
Will do.
You succeed.
See? I did it.
Down. He will take his giant sledgehammer, because he's God-sworn. He has to use a hammer. He can't use a regular weapon. He can't use a bladed weapon. Ooh, that may not be enough. 55 combat. Yeah, that's not going to hit. So he takes a wild swing at you. And for his third, that'll be all he does. He'll hold on to one for parry. And that'll bring us to Wayward Eye, your neck. You're going to go in front of the golems.
Okay.
Give you the benefit of a doubt that your initiative is better than theirs. So you guys
All
are
right.
tied.
In that case, I'm going to attempt to take down the Emperor with my simple range using my Trapper skill. Give that a shot.
Oh,
Critical success.
So you take your bow and you find a weak spot right in the side of its knee, and you fire it, and boom, it hits it just right, and right as the Emperor was attempting to move, and it takes him down to the ground.
All right, I'm gonna spend 1 AP to move.
And
Go ahead.
You get to save your AP.
Oh, because it's a critical
Yeah.
success. Oh, nice! I totally forgot that rule.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've ever had a
Critical on a perilous stunt. You
Yeah.
get to do it for free without the AP cost. Same with parry and dodge. If you critical on those, you get to do it without.
You know, I've played like 4 campaigns now, and I don't think I've ever criticaled on a
it's
perilous
rare.
stunt.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna take aim, and I'm going to swing my flammered at him.
Do it.
All right. Oh shoot! I accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Okay, cool. Aiming, roll.
All right, you hit 12. Is that enough to do one to him? I don't know his stats as well as I knew the dread counts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no,
You
12
didn't
ties
think
it.
that's
You got to
what-
beat it.
Okay. Can I spend a fortune to do something there? I
Yeah,
forgot
you
with the
can.
damage. Yeah, I thought I could with
Yeah.
damage. I never really do that with damage.
Yeah, you sure can. So what we'll do is we'll just be like, boom. And now what you did is instead of a 12, you had rolled a 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that is now a 6, which makes that 15 plus a new d6 die roll. So you get to roll a
Okay.
d6.
Doing it.
4 more. So that is 15 plus 4 makes that 19, which for the Emperor would put him at 2 levels down. So he goes from lightly wounded to moderately wounded.
Well, me and my party are about to give you Raven reviews
gonna-
at your eulogy.
I'm going to save you the time and trouble. He cannot be injured because he's a golem.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we'll just save the time and trouble of rolling those extra dice. You did 2 levels to him. Now that I got an idea of his thing, I should be able to calculate what we need. So we'll put those 2 levels on there as markers. All right.
Nice.
And it is Golem's turn. So Captain Asher points his sword forward and says, "Protect the Emperor! These vigilantes can't be trusted." And the first golem, boom, right at Raven. Charges in, takes its swing. Oh, that's horrible. I'll be kind and not re-roll this with misfortune at this point. I have bigger fish to fry than you at the moment, good sir.
I'll take that, Charity.
This one charges right at Kadam. Boom. Takes its swing. God, horrible.
Good
Misses.
lord.
And so
Yep.
I don't need to worry about opportunity attack because it missed me. right?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about anything because it missed.
Okay.
This one charges at Kadam. That will hit. So would you like to parry? You have a lightning reaction.
Yes, I will parry with that mortuary, the anointed mortuary sword that I still have at my side.
Yeah.
So, yes, that involves actually going to. Okay, here we go.
You parry it away. So this golem comes through there and it goes to punch at you, and you bat its arm away. This one has a line. You don't have a reach weapon, do you? Kadam?
Me?
Yeah.
When
You
you
have
say
mortuary sword, right?
I have mortuary sword. I mean, I have barbed spear, bow. Yeah.
Yeah, but just
But,
armed. Your mortuary sword is
armed.
what you're armed with, right?
Yeah, mortuary
Okay.
sword.
So this one can come by and assist the Emperor without opportunity attacks from Kadam.
Got it.
So it is going to take its charge attack at the Pumpkin King. That will hit. You will need a parry if you have an AP to parry with. Pumpkin King,
I do have an AP to parry,
you do.
but I have no weapon. What are the rules about parrying empty-handed?
I usually allow you. I just make it a harder difficulty, so it will start at
Okay.
challenging.
Challenge. Bing, bang, boom. Let's see how my karate's holding up.
Oh,
Bang. Pretty
you do
good.
so. So after being dropped, letting go and dropping down to the feet of the Emperor, you get flank assaulted by this golem, and you turn and you just kind of, move its arm out of the way as it tries to strike down at you. This one is not going to have a line on anyone other than Raven, so it's going to come this direction. It's going to take its attack on Raven, and it misses horribly.
The dice are with us for the once.
This one, with a charge move, will be able to get around Kadam as well and go for Pumpkin King. Oh, don't do that. That's not what I wanted. Ooh, critical success. You can't parry that one, sir.
Parry this, you casual.
Right. So that's going to be 2d6 plus a charge is 3d6.
Oh my god.
Oof.
Oh, and there's a 6 in
Oh.
there. Oh, it's another 6. Well, that's a lot of damage. Do you have a fate point?
No, I do not have a fate point.
You don't
Even
have
if
a
I
fate
did,
point.
Even if I had a fate point, I told the Emperor my name, so now I can no longer benefit from
That's
fate
right. You can no longer spend fate points to save yourself because of your vigilante moniker. I forgot. You revealed yourself. Let's just flip your little
In-
token over here because I forgot you did that. Boom.
Oh yeah, that's a fun little dealy. Yeah.
Okay, so that's 11 plus 6 more is 17 plus 4 is 21 plus 4 for their combat bonus is 25. Is that enough to one-shot the Pumpkin King?
No.
No?
Not quite, no.
What does that put you down
3.
to?
That would bring me down 1, 2, 3 levels on my damage threshold. Seriously wounded. But I'm going to invoke my Grim Resolve, spend a fortune point, and negate all that damage.
Good call, Grim Resolve.
Oof.
It is easily worth the fortune point to do that.
The Pumpkin King remains uncarved today, good
That's
sir.
right.
The tiny candle inside of his visage yet shines brightly.
Well played. Well played, good sir. So, that would have been a deadly, deadly attack. But
Oh, absolutely.
you avoid it with Grim Resolve. That leaves only Captain Asher left. So, not being a golem, he is not charging in. But he will casually come up there and begin to try to fight his way through Kadam. So Kadam, he's coming for you with his mortuary sword, and he misses horribly. He will try a takedown maneuver then instead. That is a success. You will need to resist with coordination to stay on your feet.
Okay, and it's standard.
Yeah. Critical success.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know, yeah, so he tries to take you down. It does not work at all. I'm just going to remove these off the map so they're not confusing anybody. Alright, so that brings us to... Those were for the battle I thought we were going to have. That never goes like you expect it to, you know? So, yeah, that brings us to Pumpkin King's actual turn now.
Dustin,
Right,
we just decided it was a 2-battle night is all. That's all.
Yeah, we did. It just was
Absolutely.
not the battle I thought it was going to be, so...
I'm going to spend an AP to get up. I'm going to spend another AP to reach back for my custom-made bandolier. I'm going to draw the weapon I've been waiting to use the whole campaign, my castle-forged scythe.
Oh, he pulls out the scythe.
I'm going to bring it down on the Emperor.
All right. That's a miss.
Damn.
Would you like to spend more of this glorious fortune that you used to avoid death?
No, I would like to avoid death in the future. So that's 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna invoke Pyromania, take 3 corruption, and gain another AP and bank it.
Okay.
That would be my turn.
All right. So that is Pumpkin Sir Kadam. Kadam, it is a target-rich environment.
I've got still got my mortuary sword in hand. I'm gonna take a stab at what is his name? The
Asher, the dragoon.
Asher. Yeah, Asher.
All right.
If I want to do a perilous stunt, I don't have to do it first. I can do it at any time during my play.
You
right?
can do it anytime you want. The perilous stunt typically is better first, because if you do like a takedown, it makes your attack easy, and then it's just a more effective way to make your attack more effective if you do the takedown first, but you don't have to. If you do dirty tricks first, then, you know, he may not be able to parry your attack if you get successful dirty tricks first. It doesn't do any good to blind him so he can't parry after you've attacked him.
Got it. I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, it was more about maybe using perilous stunt on the golems if I'm not successful with Asher. I think so.
Oh,
But,
yes.
okay,
I see what you mean.
yeah. Yeah. I'll go ahead and try to take down with Asher.
Okay.
So is that athletics though? Let me check on that. I think that was.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? The Emperor is taken down too. The attack should have a Fury die added. Forgot that on my turn.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Whose attack? No one's attacked him since you took him down.
Right. I was just thinking aloud though in case somebody comes up. Yeah.
Yeah. You're right. Until it's his turn when he can get up. Anyone who hits him, would get an extra Fury die.
So Dustin, takedown, is it coordination or
Yes.
athletics?
It's coordination unless you do a charge maneuver, then you get to use athletics instead.
I will use coordination.
That is successful.
Hey.
He will try to
Good.
resist. That is a success.
All right.
So you try to take him down, but Asher is actually quite agile.
Oh,
but you didn't-
really?
Bet you didn't know that.
I didn't, and so I'm gonna go. I'm gonna strike him with my mortuary sword.
There you go.
Standard.
Yep. Yeah, because you
Okay.
didn't knock him down, so it's not easy.
Yeah.
And you didn't blind him, so it's not easy.
Come
You
on.
hit him, though, for 12.
Well,
Let's see if he parries, because he can. He does. He parries. He parries with his mortuary sword.
Ooh, a duel.
Kind of, except he's got help. He's got his golems at his side.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I only used 2 AP. I still have 1.
You got one left.
Okay. So, can I use my last AP and just give out a litany of hate at these guys?
Yes. Yes, you may.
Please.
All right.
Yeah.
That is
Litany.
intimidation.
Litany of hate. Yeah. Standard. Damn it.
Yeah, doesn't work. You curse obscenities at them, they don't seem to care.
They're golems. That's all my AP, and that's all the lightning reaction.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So that'll bring us to... Is that the bottom of the order? It is. Raven.
Wish there were more I could do here, but he is going to glance around to everyone. I think we need more help. But I know that you all can do this if you focus on the Emperor. And I want to use inspiring words.
Very good. They might need this part.
Yeah, let's see, that's leadership. Oh,
No.
I'm
Fortune?
a fortune point that. Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh,
all right, never mind.
With your broken nose, you just can't get the same oomph that you used to.
And I can't move away from these because if they hit me, I go down. So I am just going to take a swing at Asher.
Okay.
See if I can draw any attacks and whatnot.
With your Morgenstern.
Well, the sword. I've been
Oh.
assuming he doesn't have the Morgenstern because he can't carry both. So
Okay. So you have the court sword still.
yeah, court sword.
That
At
looks
least I
like
can
a
hit with
hit. Asher has already parried, so do damage. Nine. Yeah, it'll do a level to him.
nice.
My last breath, I
fun
stab
fact.
at thee.
Asher was the only member of the Headband Gang who wore armor.
Ooh.
He's no longer in the Headband Gang because you guys, well, not you guys, but the other group, completely wiped out that timeline. So now he's just a lackey, dragoon, like he wanted to be.
uh,
All right.
And
so
I'm
you
gonna bank the last AP.
bank the last one in case you got a
Yeah.
parry. Okay.
Yeah.
Emperor Han's the last.
since I landed a hit, do I go up in the initiative order?
You do. So we'll make you a 15.
Nice.
You're still not in front of the Emperor yet, but you're up one.
I'm getting there. Getting there.
So it is Emperor's turn, and he is going to spend 1 AP to get up. Dust himself off a little bit. Let's see. Well, you know what? I never really took a good look at these prayers of the God Emperor, but they pretty much suck. I think this is the only one that seems like it's going to really work, and I think the Pumpkin King is really the only person he can do this to that makes any sense. Well, yeah, I think I have to. I'm going to use Celestine Judgment.
Ooh.
It is a greater magic spell. So this is hard for him. So let's set that to hard. And let's try his incantation. There it is.
On critical fail.
He critical fails.
Yeah, baby!
Okay, so he
Got
attempts
him.
to try to call down celestial judgment upon the Pumpkin King. Upon which this is obviously going to backfire.
100% no.
On a critical fail, the Comet of Justice does not strike the foe, but it realizes that within your heart of hearts that it was solely intended for you, and he suffers the damage instead.
Perfect. That's actually like thematically sound even.
It kind of strangely is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you just trust the dice, they really won't lead you wrong. Holy cow.
Is the
Oh
worst
my
class.
god.
His willpower bonus gets added to that, which is a 10. Holy shit.
Did he just smite
And he
himself?
killed-
He just got smitten by his own god, which he's technically the avatar of. And because he is a high lector, he can't use fate points to save himself because he has the flaw, not long for this world. And so he goes to call down this.
First smote him.
He did. He totally just blew himself up trying to do this because that's gonna be slain. So that's crazy. Yeah, that just happened. He gets smited by the God Emperor, who apparently just revoked his high lector status.
You know what it is? We've been doing such good work
Yes.
that the god is like, clearly these are the people.
The best people.
You
You
Exactly.
see who has the god's favor, truly.
When Emperor Hans gets hit by this holy bolt, I guess technically hits a comet. Yeah, a twin-tailed comet of righteousness falls from the sky, parting the stormy clouds, and just instead of hitting the Pumpkin King, just hits Emperor Hans the Last. It kind of makes this explosion, like everyone kind of gets tossed back a little bit from where they're standing. None of the golems get back up.
Ooh.
They're all just lifeless. Captain Asher stands up to his feet with his mortuary sword kind of at his side as you're all picking yourselves up. He walks over and he kind of tinks on the Emperor's empty husk of what is left of this molten metal sort of. It's like superheated. It's like glowing red.
Anybody got marshmallows?
I'm gonna point at Asher and say, "That left hand is mine. I have a deal to live up to."
Reese just lays there on the ground, like maybe they'll think I'm dead.
I look at the Pumpkin King and I say, how do you feel about me taking his head?
Oh, by all means.
You look off and you see from another tower nearby, you see the Light Eater stretches its wings and flies up into the storm.
What a lovely,
I'd like to.
lovely creature.
Tidam would like to just turn and just jack Captain Asher.
Okay, go for a knockout punch. Just do the athletics. You've
just
got
wanna
him.
do
You've
that.
got him surprised. He's not expecting it at this
Yeah.
point. He's helpless. Just make
Reese.
the athletics.
Yeah.
Reroll fortune.
You know what? Spend a fortune. Do
Burn
it.
it.
Fortune.
Yeah,
Boom!
there-
All right. So you wall off and you just call cock him, and he just goes down, thunk, onto the ground.
Reese will look over to the Pumpkin King. You know, for a creepy thing, it is kind of pretty. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
So
Still laying on the
Right,
ground.
it's not here.
I give Asher a kick and I say, even I can see we did a good thing here today.
I wasn't gonna give Asher the opportunity to be like, oh, Now he's going to be flip-floppy. It's like, yeah, I'll let him know what you think of him.
Yeah.
So, how does this whole story end? What do the Vigilantes do from here? You're standing on top of the palace. The city is mostly in ruin. The storm dissipates and the Light Eater is gone. The throne is empty.
So my story ends in a very easy way. If I can go first, because it's simple. It's basically as everyone is taking account of the damage, they realize I'm not there, and I just disappear, and no one ever hears from me again.
The wayward eye goes wayward.
Yep, I just go back to doing what I was doing.
Kung Fu, the legend continues, wanders off to somewhere else.
Moseyed into town one night and ruined the kingdom.
Yeah.
Moseying along.
So, Debbie, what does Kadam do from here?
Kadam turns and looks at Raven, the Pumpkin King, and says, the Pumpkin King, I'm a man at arms looking for work. Your throne, sire?
Dismantle it. And I'll dust off my hands, and I'll just leave the palace.
You leave.
Happy that chaos reigns in Vallandria.
What does the Pumpkin King do when he leaves? Where does he go?
Goes to a hotel and takes a big goddamn nap.
You don't even have to pay because there's like nobody manning the hotels right now. So you just like go find a place and take a nap.
Just cut to a
the
shot.
door with my scythe. There we go.
Peace and quiet, finally.
He's lost his nose. His legs no longer bend backwards though, and his eyeballs are back in his head because the Light Eater is currently not present, and the Pumpkin King has not summoned any pink flame, which he can technically do on occasion. This has been a weird trip for Raven. What does the Raven do now?
He's going to first get out of here. He's going to make his way back to the Cult of the Keeper. Back to the God, I forgot the name of the room.
The red herring?
Yeah, the red herring. He's going to make his way back to the red herring. To one, let them know, so that maybe Zelina can find some degree of peace in some of that resolution if she ever wakes up. And also to get help, because he's real messed up, and they might be inclined to assist him. And he's going to go back there. He's going to go back up to the library, take the book that he took out of his bag, and put it back on the shelf where it was. And he's gonna get patched up. Hopefully get some semblance of a nose reattached, or something. And then he is going to quietly lurk around the city, trying to find more of the remaining preachers of, and servants of the learner and other preachers to slowly build back up the library and try to exert some level of control to at least get the different faiths back in respectable standing within the city.
All right.
So based on the fact that the Pumpkin King is not going to need a man at arms, I will say Kidam's going to go ahead and try to find the plague doctor that she was crushing on, and perhaps helping him, because you notice how she always had was always prepared with all the bandages and other things. So she's going to go see if she can help with that.
I know what they do too. I know what they do. They take the amulet and they break it apart and they share it with each other.
I think actually Raven has the pendant.
He does.
He does.
And everyone spends the rest of their days avoiding pink flame forever.
Well, not everyone. I mean, come on.
So, when this is all done, with the help of the Raven after he slowly recovers from his grievous injury, the Augur, Mercutio da Silva, the head of the Custodian's line of faith, they slowly go and take all of those statues back out of the Jabberwocky, one by one reestablishing temples throughout the rest of Vallandria once again. You realize, Raven, that for a moment, when you go back to the library, which is technically the temple to the learner, you take that dusty old God Emperor book that you took with you, and you set it back on the shelf. You have to wonder for a moment if maybe the God Emperor was with you. Maybe by bringing the book, the actual book, to the Emperor itself is what got him smite. You put it back on the shelf as the only book that's still there. And as you, over the course of weeks, start to help with the other priests getting those statues and everything back out, Mercutio da Silva comes to you and says, "What do we do with the other statues?"
Let their people reclaim them.
If we allow for the practice of worshipping these demonic princes to continue, will we not see such chaos again in our time?
We forbade it, and we still saw it. So perhaps someone else will levy judgment on them. But after everything I've gone through of late, I will not. At least until such time as they have committed action that requires penance. Forbid that the actions. Let them praise whom they wish.
Very well then. Let's see it done. They take the statues of the Abyssal Princes and they put them out in the street, essentially, out in front of the palace, right along with all the others. I suppose it's up to each to choose who they wish to follow. I suppose next we'll have to figure out who's going to actually run things around here. I don't have any good suggestions for that.
Perhaps we can find something slightly more egalitarian. But I suppose it depends on who is going to be able to claim and hold that power.
In the meantime, Kadam tracks down Plague Dr. Latronius. You find him making his way through the streets with dart-like syringes where he's been firing them at any surviving orcs that he can find. Says, good. You survived.
Yes, it was quite a challenge, but our party rose to the, rose and fell to the occasion, and I find myself in need of work and perhaps some companionship. I'm very good at being very prepared, and I see that you've got quite a bit cut out for you. May I join you?
I've long needed an apprentice. I had one once. But you'll have to come up with He'll have to come up with a name. If I anoint you as a plague doctor, you can no longer be known by your name, nor will you be able to use your vigilante moniker.
Fair enough. I see. I do want to walk a different life. I say a different life. It's just merely what I've learned through this adventure with my party mates is life is just full of many chapters. It's time for me to start my next one. And with that, I have my plague mask. My name, would you do the honors of bestowing that upon me?
Sure. I think I have just the name for you. Rise, Plague Dr. Pathos.
Thank you. It is an honor. I look forward to everything we can do, and I look forward to your tutelage.
And with that, the Wayward Eye walks out the palace gates. Nobody stops him, of course. Probably passes by, finds a cemetery, where he'll find the lifeless body of the deadly dandy, who had been risen as an undead and would have been destroyed right along with the Dread Count. Probably spends a few minutes giving him proper burial. Says his moment, and then takes off down the road to whatever adventure will await him next. He unfortunately didn't leave no bat signal or anything behind for Vallandria to call him if he ever is needed again.
No. There are other towns than these, is what I'm thinking.
And that is where we'll end this campaign.
Dustin, can we roll for alignment before we log?
Is this
I just want to know
important?
if I get the 10th point.
Okay.
I gotta know.
How much corruption did you have tonight? I don't think
7.
anyone else really got any. I mean, there was a critical
Yeah,
fail in there that gives
3.
you one, but
I had 7. I have 9 points of order.
I rolled a 3, so you get a chaos rank. So you didn't
It's
get your
fitting,
10th
though.
order.
You know what? With the luck of the God Emperor smiting himself, I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm not getting that roll for you.
No, I just had to know for my own personal, just to walk off like I have one more point. See if it
Yeah,
works
no,
out.
you didn't quite get her filled out, but it was close enough. I don't know. The Pumpkin
Brilliant
King
that the critical fail was a 77.
Yeah, I know. It's just crazy. All right. Well, everyone, that is the end of the campaign. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Again, you can find all these lovely people out there on the internet. Every episode, they tell you already where they can find you. We had to run late because combat-heavy episodes run late. So I thank all my players for taking the extra time to be here over this holiday. So everyone have a great Memorial Day. This game has been a lot of fun. I hope everyone who has tuned in has enjoyed it. It has been a very, very long time coming to help wrap all these weird things that have happened over the course of nearly 2 years of me running this campaign with 3 different player groups, which is kind of the first time I've ever attempted to do anything of that nature. So let alone different characters, but different players even. So again, thank you again, players. Thanks everybody else. We are going to raid... We'll raid Defenders of Cobalt, because they're up. We're first, though, we got outro. Well, not outros, but I got outros. I'm going to flip us back over here to live. Boom. So you can see everybody here while I queue up the end stuff. So hang out. You can check this stuff out here at the end. We will catch you all next time. Peace.